Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Monday, February the 23rd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, 153 with a big yes. That means you guys can hear me. And thank you, Pepe, and our YouTube room. So we're good to go in both rooms to start. Thank you, William. I actually didn't even see Goss, Goss. I didn't even see Goss. It's not on my radar. Just let me take a look. You've done your analysis on Goss. Oh, because it's underneath. Okay. Ugh. Good. Anyway, somebody asked about ACLX. ACLX is a buyout. Okay. Who asked that question? Upendra? Yeah. But ACLX is a buyout. So, it's really not worth it because, I mean, it's right kind of at the buyout price. Okay. So it's really nothing to see. When you see something flatlining like that, that's what that means. It's a buyout. I mean, I'm not saying it can't jog up and down a little bit, but basically the gap is done. Okay. Just quick note, Intel is the trade of the week. Intel INTC, and I think the trigger is over a little bit over Friday's high. So Friday's high was 44.39, so a little bit over that. This is just showing up, guys. This was not on my radar before. ALUR, obviously just a pop right now. See if there's any news on this one. I don't see any news on this one. Ozzy, good morning, and you're back. Yes, excellent. Yeah, I don't see any news on this one. ALUR, pretty low float, about 10 million in the float. IBRX is super active. Now, we don't have it as an earnings play. We have it on March the 3rd, but so I don't know if they just released early or our provider just had it wrong. At any rate, it looks like this is an earnings play. Not that, I mean, nobody expects these guys to be making money, but maybe they only lost 6 cents. Maybe it's better than what was expected. Also, Boral is price target of 23. Put a price target of 23 on them. So I heard, OB. So I heard. There's some weather out in the Northeast, right? So there's IBRX. So IBRX, let's put a price alert around 10. See if it gets over 10 today. Put a price alert around 10.03. See if it gets over $10 today. I don't have a lot of things on my list. Shutterstock. I couldn't quite understand this news to do with this little company called Getty and Shutterstock, but DOJ clears Getty Images and Shutterstock merger without conditions. Well, I guess that's okay. So that is the news. Okay, but Shutterstock is moving higher on that. I guess my point is, like, what is the big deal about Getty and why it's such a small company, little company? I know it's up also. I mean, it's such a I know nothing company in my opinion, but anyway, Getty, Shutterstock is up on that news. I think I saw V-Hub, but didn't have a big pop. No, I'm thinking another one. There was one that had a huge pop and then an immediate drop. So what's V-Hub? V-Hub, fairly new IPO. Yeah, a couple of how many months ago? 4 months ago, IPO 4 months ago, and it got up to $40, and just hard to believe, or how people who have been stuck up here and just had the faith that it was going to keep doing something. I mean, okay, it's up to 40, but you're talking 240. And in fact, in that day, well, that's right, in that day itself, it crashed. So I don't know what this was all about. I really don't. It's hard to understand how this stock got up to 40, 50 million and the 15 million in the float. So it's not one of those crazy low floaters. Anyway, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, I'm just going to check some. So D, not much volume. Dominion Energy. This is an earnings play. Not much volume. Just trying to pick up anything that might. This is a more expensive one. FRPT. I didn't think fresh cat would be up this much, or up. Well, actually, it's come down from a lot higher. FRPT is an earnings play also, dropping on earnings. And PEX. Okay, so this high on Friday was around 1040. Craig Hallam initiating coverage with a target of 17. Okay. So we have a week open to the market. SPY is down 2.3 points. So we've got a week open to the market so far, but we've had a bounce at the bottom here, 685 at the 687. That's on the SPY. We have a week open to the market though. I think this is a so ACRX is a buyout. Also, EHAB is a buyout. That's the other one. EHAB is a buyout. EHAB. Yeah, EHAB is another buyout. It's going to be going. Looks like it's been taken private. Kinderhook Industry. I think that's a private company. So yeah. So there. Now the interesting one is take a look at Gilead, hard G, soft G. So Gilead is buying that ACRX. Okay. Gilead is buying that ACRX. Oh, sorry, ACLX, not ACRX, ACLX, and it is moving down. You know, not much volume. Only 10,000 shares have traded so far. Okay, so here's your news on FBio, Fortress Biotech, FBio. Interesting agreement to sell PRV for $205 million. I don't know what pediatric, I'm trying to see what sort of acronym that means. I don't know what that is. The PRV was issued upon approval. So it's rare pediatric disease priority. Oh, okay, so that must be a priority review voucher. Okay, a PRV, rare pediatric disease priority review voucher. Okay, for proceeds of 205 million. All right, well, let's keep an eye on that one. I mean, that's a lot of money. If that goes through, that's a lot of money. Only 28 million in the float, and that is for FBIO. It's up. It's only up 13%. A lot of volume, 6.8 million so far. Next high looking left on the weekly chart is around 441. On the daily chart, about 415. So let's keep an eye on it and see if it has a run. Where did it get up to? Got up to 450. Look at that. We got up to 450 and then down to 326. So it's all over the place, super choppy. Now, IBRX is, I'm hearing it. One of my gap up scan, I'm hearing it. Big float, 330 million in the float. All right, guys. So the trade of the week is Intel, INTC. I believe it's this hooks its head over Friday's high. That is the trigger. So Friday's high was looks like around 44.39. So I guess a little over 44.39. That is the trigger for Intel. I think, William, this might be the first real week of not a lot of earnings plays. I look at this. This is it in my pre-market. This is it. I know Mondays are usually because we're not getting any after hours from the day before, but usually this is a lot more full. And none of them. I mean, other than GGB. Okay, maybe keep an eye on GGB. You know, it's one of those ones probably flying completely under the radar. It's up a little bit. It's the only one that has any sort of volume. I mean, it's not a lot of volume, 329,000 shares, but the only one that has a little bit of volume. Yeah, I'm talking about the sheer numbers, Rick. Yeah, NVDA, obviously a huge one, but I'm just talking about the sheer numbers of earnings plays. I mean, this got room. Not as much as I thought. GGB, the next high is 438. Is that Brazil, isn't it? Yeah, Brazilian company. So nothing against Brazil. Just saying it's but it's not U.S., so may not have the enthusiasm. So Doremi, I'm assuming you want maybe to look at me to look at or others to look at IOVA. If you put the stock symbols in caps, it makes it a lot easier. Okay, you can differentiate from text and cap and stock symbol. Well, there's no volume at all. It is an earnings play. Yeah, no, tomorrow. It's an earnings play tomorrow. But with these little bios, I don't think anybody expects startling earnings. But if that's what you're looking at, very choppy on a daily chart. $3 is probably could be a block, but there's no volume yet. Okay, so with the market being up on Friday, let's take a look at the financials. Where are they now? It must be close to the 200-day. Yeah, I mean, like most of the major sectors ran on Friday, so we're getting closer, but still under the 200-day moving average. There's utilities. Just looking at some of the major sectors quickly. There's the tech sector still, I mean, the 200-day rising. Yeah, I'm just looking. Again, I think that financials are the only ones that are below the 200-day moving average. Energy is still very, very strong. Look at that run in energy stocks, XLE. But financials still kind of worrisome, the fact that it is underneath the 200-day moving average. The only one, and it's a major, 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 major sector. So anyway, see what happens today. Maybe it'll poke its head above it. Discretionary. That was the one. Discretionary. That might be close. Yeah. So discretionary is close also to the 200-day. Didn't close below it. UHG. This was a this is a buyout. It's funny. It's down so much. I don't quite get it. Stanley Martin is buying them, right? Yeah, Stanley Martin is acquiring the company, and the company tanks by 51%. Something else is going on. I don't quite understand. That's not normal. The other thing I would have expected to see is this a hostile takeover? I mean, come on, the stock was at 240, and they're offering 118, and yet it doesn't see. And the transaction has been approved. Something that I just don't understand that stock is sitting at 218 or 244 on Friday. Is that the best they could get? They really want it out, and it's been approved. Hmm. I mean, maybe this one might get interesting. WGS is also an earnings play. Okay, they're not much volume, only 20,000 shares. Sure, it'll obviously pick up once the market once we get to the 9:30 open, but it is moving down. So Cowan maintaining coverage with a buy and a target of 165. Are you crazy? TD Cowan maintaining coverage with a buy and a target of 165. That is for WGS. Canaccord also. What's their target? So what's the deal? Why are these two analysts interested in this one with these and putting super lofty targets on them? And it's an earnings play. Not maybe nobody, but there's no volume yet. Only 20,000 shares. Whoa, 2020 Biolabs, what's that, an X? Yeah, AIDX. This is an IPO from, I don't really remember this one, but 2 days ago, 3 days ago, 3 days ago, 2 days ago. Got up to $50, closed here at 23, on the way down. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. But look what it did in the pre-market. I mean, nonsense. It up to 36, right back down to 13. I'm going to put a price alert at the close of Friday, just in case. Let's see if it takes that out, goes on a bit of a run. Yeah, that's, I mean, look what it did, 35. Where would that have been? That would have been up here. I should have mentioned this one. Yeah, and NVO, Novo. Um, trading low. This is one maybe you want to take a look at, William. Trading lower after the company announced headline data from its redefined forward did not meet its primary endpoint. Obviously, Nova's got a lot more going on than just that one drug, but down 15% because of that news, and that is Novo. NVO. Boy, there's no support. There is no near term. I have to get a monthly chart. Take a look at on a monthly chart. So 43. Okay, so we're right there. There's a low here of 39.36, and this is back in, looks like back in July of 2021. So over almost 5 years ago, approaching a low of almost 5 years ago for NVO. And that was around 39 something. So close to it, close to it. Okay, well, IBRX hit a wall at 10. Looks like IBRX hit a bit of a wall at 10. Didn't quite get to 10. I think it got to about 998 or so. So hit that wall at 10. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Big float, 330 million in the float. Surprised there are no shorts available at Interactive Brokers. Oh, okay, hello. Wow. You know, these nukes really have still not recovered. They not really. I know last month they had a nice, a lot. Most of the nukes did this, but look at this. You know, the nukes have really, from the highs up here. This I'm going to just look at OKLO 194, $61. Take a look at NLR. I don't think there's much volume with it. This is an ETF for the uranium and nuclear energy sector. There's usually not that much volume. Well, look at that though. OKLO is down a lot more than than the sector is right now. OKLO. Is there news, specific news in OKLO? Target lowered to 82 from 146 at Barclays. Okay, but is there any other news on this one? What SMR? So this is down. So this is down. Call it 4%. Want to see what SMR is down? Yeah. Okay. And NNE. So the nukes are all, maybe there's more uranium in that NLR weighted. Maybe there's more uranium stocks in that because NLR is not down that much. Okay, guys, it is now 9:23. So what I'm going to do now, first of all, first thing, as always, save my layout. And then get my 9:30 layout up and running. Okay, guys. So what I've done, so I've got my 9:30 layout up and running, and now these are the top six from that list before. So the FBIOP, I guess it must be, I don't know what it is exactly. It must be another way to trade. No, I don't think it's an ETF for it. No, cumulative redeemable perpetual preferred. Okay. So if you wanted to, this is another way, I guess, to trade FBI. Oh, then there's the buyout. ACLX is a buyout. ALUR is, here's the news on it. Okay, here's the news on it. Now it says FDA approval for its Uranium gastric balloon system application. Okay, so that is the news on the ALUR. And what's the float? Actually, pretty low float. Big pop. What's the next high looking left? 180. Pretty close to me anyway. It could have a lot of stalling between the current price and two. To me, Boris, LLY. Okay, why? LLY, Lily Long. What's going on with Lily? Well, there's a pricey stock. Yeah, over $1,000. They should be doing a forward split. Look at that. So your next high is around 1068. Ah, okay. So Lilly is profiting profiting on NVO's failure. Okay, thanks, William. NVO now underneath 40, guys. Well, right at 40. Right at 40, 39.97 or so, 39.96. So it's right at a critical area, perhaps. How about this for a weight loss? So why don't you just eat less and exercise more? Is that radical? Or eat better and exercise more? Or is that too radical, guys? LEGN. LEGN. Hey, I don't think I talked about this one. LEGN, and actually, maybe it has some room. Actually, this has got some room, guys. 2204 is the next high. Well, it's got to if it can get up to 22 and maybe take that out, then the next high is around 24. So, well, I think anybody with a right mind would say the same thing. I don't think you need RFK to say that, but it's just it's just not going to happen. Okay, guys. Rhonda, VNDA. Okay, I don't think I talked about this one either. But Rhonda, hanging at the VWAP right now, trading higher by around 33%. Is there a reason for it? After the company reported the FDA approval, I don't think I mentioned this one. Okay, of Basanti for the treatment of bipolar 1 disorder and schizophrenia. Oh, boy. Okay, okay. SPY's popping, guys. What time is it now? 9:28. Yeah, the SPY ahead of the market or 9:30 open. SPY starting to pop. Actually, it's been on a nice little trajectory up since the low of the morning. All right, guys, 9:29. So well, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Okay, I'll try to let things settle down a little bit. Let's have a great start to this trading week, and yeah, full week. No holidays, no nothing. Oh, I see why you even saw Goss, William. I see it was halted at 213. I'm just seeing it here now. My halts resumes. Okay. NVO is still hanging around that 40 level. Actually, big had a big quick pop to 42 and then right back down. All right, guys, we're now open. Well, again, let's have a great trading. We'll start to this trading week. Okay. Boy, this NAM will not go away. NAMM. All right, guys. Clar had well, it looks worse than it is. But there's a red bar now for Klar, KLAR. Whoa, the market. Look at the market. Look at this market. Big initial pop. Maybe we'll get back to the close of Friday. I don't think there was. I don't think there was anything that I saw in the economic calendar that could be. Well, okay, maybe okay, well, Waller was supposed to talk at 8:30, but that's come and gone. Chicago Fed national activity that was at 8:30. We have factory orders and things like that at 10 o'clock. I don't see any reason, any economic data or anything like that that came out that is causing this spy pop. See if I can type in the spy, maybe I get a little. Okay, guys. Well, there's the IBRX. IBRX had the pullback, and now it's over 10. Okay, had the pullback down to about 1060, and now it's popped over 10. That's the IBRX. On a monthly chart, the next high is 1059. That is the next high on a monthly chart, 1049. So will it hold 10? Well, if this were a stock, the SPY would be halted. If this were a stock, that is a big move. And on volume. Fortuna Mining is moving here, guys. FSM. So taking out the high of last month. IBRX is still hanging around 10. IBRX still hanging around 10. Let's take a look at, well, silver. Silver's doing this thing again. It's just super active ETF. Okay, it's up 3%. So there's silver. Probably, I mean, on a daily chart, look at that, it's $83. So that is the next high on a daily chart for SLV. And I'm sure gold is doing something similar. Take a look at gold. Not quite as dramatic as silver, but nonetheless, gold moving. Yeah, this is the well, kind of the worst sector right now. The nukes just cannot. What's OKLO doing? Well, it had a pop. I mean, it came off the bottom. OKLO. Well, look at IBRX now. IBRX now. Not in it. But now we're clear 10. And again, the next high looking left is on that monthly chart is 1053. So, I mean, it may stall it there. Okay, Vanda, guys, VNDA. So it had a drop to what 770, and then it's popping back up to the 8 level. Then it had some news. Company announced FDA approval for its tablets. I don't know what they do, but I think there was schizophrenia and something like that. Okay, well, it's holding the VWAP, VNDA holding the VWAP. Oh, the 60-minute chart there. All right, there it goes, guys. There it goes. Vanda's going at VNDA. And the next high looking left is pretty close. I mean, 855 looks like around 855. Okay, NVO trying to hold 40. NVO is trying to hold 40. It's a little bit above 40 now. Okay, coming into the VWAP though, will the VWAP, that purple line, Movish line on my chart, will that block it? Will that act as resistance on the way up? FSM continued, guys. I mentioned this one just around, excuse me, when it was around 1250, I think. So this is now at 13. FSM. Just moving with the metals, with the precious metals. All right. So the SPY actually probably went positive, barely. It's down 26 cents right now, but or it's what's basically positive now. Basically flat now. Flat, meaning it's at Friday's close. Okay. All right. Tandem was a big one on Friday, as I recall. This is a big move, guys. That's a big move. Okay. TD, when I say big move, in this, I'm going to go over some of these two races later, but in a large cap race, usually we do not say anything over 1%, a move of 1%. Tandem was a 3% move. So here is TNDM. So it was an earnings play on Friday. Pretty good reaction. Didn't close, that close to the highs of the day, but nonetheless, it is now above the high of Friday and starting to move. And that is TNDM. And Moderna, another big one moving, guys. Moderna, mRNA, high last month was 55.20, which is the same as this week, probably. Yeah. So Moderna's got a little bit of room on a weekly chart. How about on a daily chart? Daily chart high, it's about the same. So yeah, I mean, Moderna's got room. I'm not saying it's getting there, of course. Has about $3 to the next high for mRNA. And I see AIDX was halted on the way down. Okay. Oil services are doing well also. Okay. OIH, strong sector. Look at that move. Of course, with XLE is still another strong sector this morning. XLE, energy sector. Now that monthly high for VNDA may be a little close, guys. I don't know. It's about 30 cents away. Okay. For VNDA, weekly high is probably the same. Yeah. In fact, that's even closer. 856. So even while it's had a great move. Yeah, NVO did a good job holding that 40 level. Really, it dipped. I know it dipped below it a little bit, but yeah, 39.87. But decent job, and now it's through the VWAP. Now it's through the VWAP. Oh, IBRX. Wow, big, 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 big move. Petroleo. Okay, guys, this is a Brazilian PBR, big Brazilian oil company or energy company. Yeah, oil and gas exploration, etc. So, well, it's nice to see. We've got some moves in the stocks that were very active in the pre-market and did not really collapse. Not well, it's really sell off. So we have the VNDA, Vanda, and we have IBRX. A lot of times you see these big pops and then they just sort of sell off. But so far, now we've got VKTX in both scans of both both races. VKTX, big move, 14%. What's the float like? 112 million in the float. It's rare we'll see something like that in this scan, in this race. And that is Viking. See if they have any news. I think this is an obesity drug also, isn't it? Isn't this an obesity? Don't they have an obesity drug also? So they're profiting on the NVO failure, along with Lilly. And somebody mentioned Lilly earlier. As you, Boris. FSM. I don't. It's just because of precious metals. Precious metals moving, so FSM is moving really well. Up almost 7% now. Silver's up 3.9% now. SLV. All right, guys. What about this one, BDMD? Didn't see this one in the pre-market. Wasn't really moving that much. Yeah, it's got some room. I mean, there's a 200-day moving average above. It got on Friday. It got up there. Just one moment. Okay, guys. So let's see if this Vanda sticks right there. Okay, the VNDA. I mean, there's your high. There's your weekly high. I mean, it's got a lot of room still on a weekly high. 961 VNDA. And PBR is still ripping here. What happened to GameStop and Ryan Cohen saying they were going to buy something that was going to be a transformational, historical, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? What happened? Anyway, there's GME. I just noticing that it's falling. Macy's, that's happening with Macy's here, and Macy's dropping here. All right, Tandem, TNDM, first one showing up in Williams scan. All right, Tandem guys, TNDM on the move, TNDM on the move. Great so far, great continuation play from Friday off earnings. Okay. Oh yeah, look at the SPY now. Well, we got our great SPY action again. Okay, again. There's the SPY up, down. When I say great, I mean I'm talking about the little volatility in the SPY. See, Vanda, VNDA, okay, first of all, let's take a look at SPAI. SPAI, let's see, the next high looking left is 431, so not a lot of room, not a lot of room. No, I was wrong. We're getting a few more earnings plays. Okay, this is starting to fill up again. Okay, so I think I was wrong, just not a lot in the pre-market. So there's FreshPad, FRPT. FRPT is an earnings play, and it's a high looking left on the month. Tandem continues, guys. TNDM. Where could it go? The monthly high is way up here. I remember seeing this, yeah, on Friday. I mean, the monthly high is way up here at 37. Boy, Tandem over and over, guys. TNDM. TNDM. USAS, guys, USAS, and then again, gold and silver, gold and silver, gold and silver. Well, the top sectors right now, gold and silver. Okay, OIS, energy. Okay, had earnings on Friday. Great reaction. Look at that. OIS closed right at the high. Okay, I'm really interested in this one. OIS closed right at the high on Friday, had no pullback at all. And where could it go? I don't see anything on the weekly or the monthly chart that's going to stall it for a while anyway. And that is OIS. Let me back this monthly chart out a bit. Let's see, where could it go? You've got to go back over 6 years to get to those highs. So I don't think that's going to really stall it. So I am very interested in the OIS. Right now it's trading 1321, 1328 on the bid ask. And XLE, I mean, XLE is strong. Okay, so we're in the right sector. Well, actually, okay, XLE is starting to dip somewhat. So I'm not saying it's going to completely affect OIS, but $13.23, $13.28 on the bid ask for OIS. And so it's more about a continuation of earnings right now, not so much at XLE or the energy sector. It is ripping higher right now, but it's just sort of hanging in that 13.23, 13.28 area, and it definitely has some room. Well, I guess I was wrong about the Vanda. I thought maybe this area might stall it, but not now. Not now. Oh, I didn't even see that. So OIS actually is in our AI also. Boy, IBRX is still strong. IBRX is still strong. So this is starting to, I don't know, maybe it's going to be a little more affected by XLE. Take a look at XLE. I'd love to see XLE continue to rip higher, but it has pulled back a little. Right at the VWAP, though, right at the VWAP. Well, so FDA approval, and their antipsychotic pill, okay, I think it was schizophrenia, and so, but look at that, it got up to 908, pulled back down to 860. ASAN is, for whatever reason, is dropping here. ASAN, it has earnings coming up in March March 2nd. So coming up, but not an earnings play right now. Oh, I thought this was an ETF for maybe Tesla, but it is not. TSLX is falling here, guys. TSLX, it's not an earnings play. Sixth Street Specialty Lending, okay. The next low looking left on a monthly chart, 1729 on a monthly chart. It'd be an interesting short. It's from the Williams scan. Could be an interesting short, okay? So lots of, well, 152,000 available interactive brokers. So there's plenty of shares. Yeah, I mean, crazy action, isn't it? I mean, at this point, the market was soaring, got actually positive over Friday's close, and then nope, big sell-off. Ah, son of a, just missed it. Missed the OIS, guys. Just missed the OIS. Oh, man. Now, look at that, 1339, 1345. I was all set to get it at that 1320 mark, and then it just jumped on me, and I didn't want to chase it. And now look at it now. Oh, well. Ah, that's too bad. Yeah, let's take a look at it. See if it pulls back maybe to a level, but I don't know. That was a great move. All right, so move on. Meanwhile, IBRX continues to make new highs. This is one that had a $23 price target put on them, I think, by Boral, the old EF Hutton. Look at it in both races. It's kind of rare to see the same stock in both races. All right. Well, I'm going to put a price alert down here. See if it takes this out later on. That's for the TSLX and a potential short. There appears to be room underneath for it to go if it wants to. Well, 9:59 already. So you know what that means. Time to go over my homepage, including all the scans and races, etc., that I'm sharing. All right. So looking at my homepage, this is what you're going to see. So at the very top here, so we're back down to the sort of the normal promo. You can get 15 15% off the first month only of a trade idea subscription or the entire year. Okay, so remember, you take out a monthly subscription, the discount is good for the first month only, and that works for both our standard and our premium service. Okay. Big difference between standard and premium really is our AI. Okay. I'll go over this a little bit later, but that's what our AI looks like. You have alerts coming in automatically for you. How you trade them, if you trade them, of course, is up to you, but that's what the AI looks like. All I ask, if you do take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, please use my code. It helps to keep the rooms free. I moderate a YouTube room, and for those of you in YouTube, there's another room called the trading room, okay? And so I moderate both of these rooms. So if you're sitting in YouTube right now and wanting to come into a room with a lot more interaction amongst other traders, a lot more action in this, there's a lot more action in this room, okay? Also, this room is open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. Thank you, Obi. Obi opens it up at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. I don't. I live in Vancouver, Canada, so a little early for me. So thank you, Obi, for opening the room when you do. And I get on the mic at 9 o'clock for both rooms. I usually go to between 2 and 2:30. And after I leave, most of the time, William will keep the room open after I leave in the trading room, okay? So I don't know what time he's planning to do it today. He'll let us know later. So this room, so this is a lot more active. If you're looking for a lot more action, come into this room. If you're listening to me in YouTube, you can stay in YouTube if you want, of course, but if you're looking for more action, come into the trading room. Now, if you do take out a subscription, the first thing you must do is click on the education section and scroll down. And getting started with Trade Ideas, the very first thing you must do, 12 short videos to get you started. If you don't have Trade Ideas and you're kind of wondering about the product, start off with that second video, go to the end, should give you a good enough idea about whether or not you'd like to try us for at least a month. For monthly subscriptions, they're just month to month. There's no long-term contract. You can unsubscribe at any time. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. A free series of videos. There are 15 of them. Free series of videos if you are new to trading. And again, if you click on my homepage link, you're at the top here, scroll down a little bit more. Keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. It's free. And you're getting an email that indicates where a possible entry is, where a stop is, etc. They're usually, they're not usually, they're designed for longer term holds. How you trade them, if you trade them, of course, is going to be completely up to you. If you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting them, please, before you contact us, check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Now, my custom scans. Okay, so if you've clicked on my homepage link and you're looking for some of the information that I'm currently sharing, click on the custom scan section, and you can see at the top here, large cap gainers right here, and then this other race. This is a volatile race. Okay, you see stocks with a lot bigger percentage increases during the race than this one. I'm going to go over this race in a little more detail later. Movers to the upside versus movers to the downside. I do have that one on my other monitor. It looks kind of like this. Look at SMR, another nuke, making a new low. Okay. This is old style, okay, like a ticker, the old style ticker. These are all real-time alerts. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and the pre-market actives down. Pulse resumes is over here. Not very active. Usually this is way more active by this time. Active meaning a lot more stocks in here. I also have some other scans that I'm currently sharing. You can see them right here. Okay. So if you have any questions, both rooms are trading rooms, but they're also support rooms. So if you do have questions, please don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. I'll do my best to answer them. Well, the HRMY, I think you mentioned that one in the pre-market, William. Downgraded, Deutsche Bank downgraded it and had a horrible day on Friday. And now continuation down. That's HRMY. Let's see what's happening with STEP. Another one from William Scan, STEP. Ooh, not a bad one at all. Short opportunity for STEP. Next low looking left for STEP is, yeah, on the monthly chart anyway. So it certainly has room on the monthly chart. Boy, Moderna is getting close to that high. I think I said 54, right? The monthly high last month was 55.20, sorry. 55.20, so getting close. Okay, guys, before I go into the race, I'm going to go over the sectors, okay, and see what sectors are strong, what sectors are weak, and how you can play that. So I'm going to click on New from the toolbar, click on New from the toolbars, and then click on Dock to Channel Bar. Dock, not the channel bar, but the Dock to Channel Bar. Clicking on that brings this up. These are all theme-based channels. If I click on the Show More, I scroll down and click on the sector status, okay? So sector status, let's see what's happening with the major sectors, some of the major sectors anyway. So as I've been mentioning, so these are the sectors in this top list window that we are tracking. Not every single sector is in here, but most of the major ones are. So here's silver. Okay, we were talking about silver earlier, SLV, the ETF for silver up 3.2%, gold 1.9, etc. And here are the energy plays, XLE, OIH. This is oil, this is services, and SMH, semis, just mildly up. IBB, this is Biotech or Bios. But let's take a look at what is the worst sector. Ooh, look at this. So remember, Macy's was down. So XRT is the retail ETF. As we speak, this is the worst performing sector as we speak. It is down 2.6%. So that's why, you look at Macy's, Macy's was dropping. IYT is those are the freight companies. And here are financials, guys, XLF, financials. So there's some weak sectors. These are pretty big percentage moves. Remember, what this 52% means, it means that 52% of the stocks that are in this list are down from Friday's close. Sometimes they're only down like 0.1%, but these are pretty significant. XLF, 2.6, 2. Those are in my opinion anyway, significant percentage drops. Hmm. Okay, so right now silver is still reasonably strong. Yeah, look at this market. Yeah, the market is really selling off now. Let's see, what is there any disconnect? Not really. The Dow is down a lot. Qs and the SPY are down, so there's no disconnect between the value and the growth stocks. But ALUR, I'll just put it up here. So when you say does it have a chance, I mean, anything has a chance, of course. Right now, ALUR is underneath the VWAP though. Okay, that line right there, that purple line. So it's right at the VWAP area. It's going to have a chance to go higher. Probably has to take that out. So that's all I can say about it. Okay. It's just sort of hanging right now at the VWAP area. Do I know? I don't know. Of course, nobody knows exactly what it's going to do, if it's going to take it out, if that's going to act as resistance, or is it going to pop through it? So now let's take a look at some of the individual sectors. So we have 11 of them here. We don't have every sector, okay, thumbnail, but we do have 11 of them here. And by the way, if you wanted to, it's so that you don't have to go into the channel every day. If you just wanted to track like the sectors and what they're doing, like the major ones out of here, all you have to do is right click, and then pop it out or duplicate into free floating window, duplicate into free floating window. And when you do that, is what's going to happen. It'll be free floating. So you can incorporate this. You can incorporate this as part of your layout if you want. So you don't have to come into the channel every day just to check. Now, some of you might want to come into the channel and stay here all day long, is now you can take a look at some of the major sectors and what they're doing. So look at industrials, XLI, almost every single stock is down. 88% in red, that means 88% of the stocks are down. And like 12% are up, but our RSG, it's up 0.7%. These are the only positive ones. So what you might want to do is scroll down. Look at this one, CHRW. That's down 5.6%. I mean, so this is what you can do. You can go into the individual sectors. You can check, see, well, what's the strongest stock? It's not that strong. The whole sector is really bad. But what if that one was up like 4% or something, really counter to what the rest of the sector is doing? You'd probably want to pay attention to it. But you can again go down. And you can see what the worst sector is in each sector. And here's consumer discretionary again. See, DPZ is doing actually pretty well. It's up 3.1%. 86% of the ones that make this up are down. McDonald's, I guess, is doing pretty good, pretty well. All right. But what's the worst one? Down to see what the worst one is. Look at that. Wow, Expedia. I mean, it's down 7.4%. Yeah, that's a big move. So, there's not, so there is, energy is still, positive, sort of positive. 60% are up. 60% are up. Oxy is the best. Let's take a look. Go down here. And what's the worst? Not terrible. PSX is only down 0.9%. Okay. Retail. Remember, we just talked about retail. No, so this one actually, SFM is doing very well, is running counter to what the rest of the sector is doing. It's not an earnings play, so they must have some kind of news on its own, SFM. But if you scroll down, what's the worst one? The Victoria's Secret. That's the worst one. Down 6%. Dash is down. DoorDash, wow, down 6%. ANF. I mean, these are some big. Well, this is a big retailer, down 6%. For the retailers, yeah, I mean, they're getting hit today. Wayfair, down 6%. These are big moves. Urban, CarMax down 4%. So yeah, my Best Buy down. I mean, these are big moves in the retail sector. So, so for some of you, that this might be the only thing you do. How you use trade ideas. You just check to see what a strong sector is, what the weak sector is. Dive into the individual sectors. Check out the strong stock, the weak stock, and maybe that's all you do. Maybe you pick a couple of sectors a day and just follow them. I'm not saying that's what you should do, but that's an idea. Okay. Well, after the big move for Legion, guys, LEGN, now it's starting to drop. And of course, it's got room. It's still up 13%, but it is just basically fading badly underneath that VWAP. Okay, guys, give me one moment. I will be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, guys, Legion, Legn. Some really nice ones now from the William scan, 4633 on the step. Very, look at that one, guys, 4633. Boy, shorting. This is the only one that hasn't really moved much yet, TSLX. Your short opportunities in that scan are doing great. So this is what I'm talking about. Okay, so there's Legion, 2077, 2053 now. Step, 4633, 44, $2 move. Harmony, let's see what Harmony has done. I know it was moving down. Yeah, this is very interesting because it's just underneath the whole number. Okay, 2727. This is the only one that really hasn't moved. 1795. I'm kind of waiting on that one. These worked well at the beginning in terms of longs. And that's the Williams scan. If you want it, just let me know. I know you're looking for bounces on those things, William, but boy, they're really nice continuation plays on those shorts. So where could Harmony go to? Okay, HRMY. The next low looking left is 2539 on the monthly chart. See if I can see anything on the weekly chart. It's about the same, 2559. So that about $1 to the next. Looks like, I mean, if it got anywhere close to that, looks like that could be a reasonable support. Wow. Any news on this step? It's not an earnings play. Not really familiar with these guys at all. Stepstone. Yeah, NCI is up here. Wow, NCI up here in the race. Neo Concept. Okay, this is now not an all-time, not even close. Let's take a look on the monthly chart. So that monthly high right there is 815. So getting closer to that monthly high. Yeah, so here's the ALUR. I mean, and now it did pop above that VWAP bit. The VWAP is at what, 166 or so. So it's a little bit above the VWAP, starting to move a bit. Hmm. All right. What sort of room does this one have? INMD is now broken down through the whole number 14. Where is the next low? 1390. Too bad. See, when I look left, I see there could be areas that could stall. 1373. I'm going to put a price alert around that area, see if it takes that out. Okay, let's go over this race right here. How's that GNPX doing? It's over the whole number of two, but look left. To me, anyway, it looks like there could be too much resistance, not that far away. So I want to just go over the concept of racing. So I do have two races here. So I'm going to go over this race right here. This is a very volatile type race. You can see some big percentage moves up. And before I do that, though, I want to direct you to our user guide, because everything I'm going to talk about with the racing is in the user guide. There's a whole section on TI stock racing. So again, if you want to get right into it and you want to create your own race right from scratch, I can show you how you can take my race and adjust it to your style of trading. But if you take a look at the guide, click on my homepage link, scroll down a bit until you see the education section, click on the more info. And at the top here is the user guide. And TI stock racing right here. So here's a whole section on TI stock racing in our user guide, okay? So I am running a 4-minute race. Again, everything is customizable. You can run whatever time frame you want. I am running a 4-minute race. What does that 1.86% mean? That means that since the race started, BDMD has moved 1.86%. Now it's a cheap stock, but sometimes you're going to see some moves, 5, 10, 15, 20% in this race. So this is what I would do. I mean, if a stock is leading a race, I would click on it, see what's happening. Okay. So for instance, if you look at BDMD, it's sitting right underneath the VWAP. Okay. So when you're seeing these stocks that are in this list or leading race, it doesn't mean they're at the high of the day or anything. They could have pulled back and then they're starting to pop. Okay. So you can use races for pullback plays too. You don't know what you're going to see until you click on the chart, but this is a great example of something that now is just at the VWAP, just underneath. So if you were a bit of a VWAP player, what you might want to do is just put a price alert a little bit above the VWAP, see if it takes it out, and then runs from there. I'm not saying that's what you should do, but now this is not shortable for me, but had it been shortable, I'd be maybe watching it at the VWAP level and seeing if it keeps rejecting, in other words, not getting through it, and maybe continues down for a potential short. You just don't know. I mean, there's no 100%, we don't know 100% which way it's actually going to go. That's why you put price alerts. So you can see how what it's doing right now, trying to poke its head just a little bit above. That's one example of how you can use this. I would click on any symbol I see. It doesn't have to be at the top here. It doesn't have to be leading the race, but here's PLYX. See what it's doing. Well, you can see that it got into the VWAP earlier, held it, and so it's still kind of holding over the VWAP area. And what happens is a top 10 list is built for you automatically of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So when you look at in the number one position, BDMD has won 3 races today. If it holds on to this position, it has another 35 seconds. That 3 will turn to a 4. Okay. But look at GNP, look at GNPX. It's right on its heels. I'm going to keep, I'll keep watching this just to see if BDMD can maintain its leadership position. It's 12 seconds. Just like any other race, guys. Well, the winner's declared. Once the race is over, we have 2, 1. So it barely held on. So BDMD did hold on. So that's the 4th race it's won. So, when you see a stock that is winning multiple races over the course of the day, it's a great idea, of course, to follow, to, maybe thumbnail that chart because, it could be setting up at different areas, because this is the only one that's won multiple races so far. So the other thing to do is if a stock has won a race, click on it, click on the symbol, see what's happening. You guys are looking at ALUR. It's, that step was an awesome short. Oh, brother. ALUR. So, it's still hanging around the VWAP area. Let's see what the VNDA. So it came into the VWAP, a very strong stock still up 47%, had some news and all. So, will the VWAP now act as support? I mean, it broke down a little bit below it. Will it now act as support and maybe it'll go on another run? We don't know, 100%. So, if you really had strong feelings about this one, you maybe take the trade right now and put a stop underneath the VWAP and see what happens. I'm not saying to do that, but that's how you can, depending on your level of trading experience, that's what you could do. I probably, there's that little orange is signifying that, the trend is broken somewhat. Instead of blue, blue being strong and orange being weak. So you might want to wait, depending on the time frame you're looking at. Because look at the 5-minute chart; it's still blue. But you might want to wait to see, depending on the time frame. On a 2-minute chart, you might want to wait to see if it curls a little bit more and turns blue. That's completely up to you. So, why are these stocks in this list? Like, what makes them special? So, if I right click in the body of this race, right click on it, I get this big pop up, and one of the options is open the top list. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to open the top list. So all races start from a top list window. If I right click on this top list window, right click on it, notice launch real-time stock race. Okay, so all races start from a top list window. So you can create your own top list window with your own set of parameters. In this top list window, this is what I'm looking for. Again, it doesn't have to be what you're looking for. So if the stock is between $1 and $50, 200,000 shares have traded and up 2% from yesterday's close, it'll be in this list of stocks. Okay. So how you can still use a top list window if you wanted to say, okay, show me the stocks that are up the most today. Okay. Well, C percent is a change from yesterday, in this case, Friday's close. So Uganda is up 46%, NCI is up 21%, etc. I wanted to see the stocks that are up the most from its opening trade of the day. As long as I have the column header, which in open percent, that's what that is, a change from the open. I can double left click on it, and that'll tell me another way of sorting stocks. Now, I've sorted it in a way in which I can see the ones that have changed the most since its opening trade of the day. I'll keep it on the change from the close, though. It's a classic question, isn't it? Show me the stocks that are up the most today. Show me the stocks that are down the most today. Show me the stocks that are up the most in the first 5 minutes, or not first 5 minutes, in 5 minutes, or the last 5 minutes, things like that. As long as you have the column header, you can sort on it. Give me one moment, please. So, so that's how you can still use a top list window if you want, just by, sorting stocks, ranking them. But here's what the race does for you. All right. The race does not care whether a stock is up the most from yesterday's close. All it cares about is what stock is moving the most in this list of stocks. It could be a stock, from the bottom here. It could be still a stock near the top, because stocks that are up a lot are going to be followed all day long by most traders. Okay, so that's why you see the NCIs, and you're going to see probably Vanda again. But what if there's some stock down here, I know it's up 3.8%. Okay. What if all of a sudden it just started to move? It's up 4%, 5%, 8%, moving up this list. You'd never know that unless you're going to stare at a list of stocks all day long to try to pick the one that's moving. Well, you don't have to do that. That is what the race does for you. Again, remember, the race doesn't care where it is in this list. It just cares what is moving. I mean, NCI is at the top, but it's still moving. It still moved 12.5%, and it just got halted. So just because the stock is near the top of this list, meaning it's up a lot from yesterday's close, doesn't mean it can't keep going. Okay, so NCI, you can see it won the last race before. So that's how you can use this. You can just track stocks that are really starting to move. You see a stock starting to move up this list, click on it. Doesn't have to be at the high here. You don't have to wait for a stock to win a race to click on it. You see anything in here, click on it. The CDIO, if you're trading last week, you know that CDIO was a very active stock. Maybe, it's in this list right now. Maybe it's going to get active again. I mean, it's up 3%, no huge amount, but it's holding the VWAP. Look at that purple line on my 2 and the 5-minute chart. It's just a little bit above that VWAP line. So maybe it'll hold. It'll keep continuing to hold, and maybe it'll have a nice little pop again. The high on Friday was 350. So there's certainly room on a percentage basis. So that's this race, and then you've got this race. This race is, all races are similar in the format. You have a top 10 list that's automatically built for you. But this race, most of the time, even though earlier on we had Moderna with a big percentage move, most of the time the stocks you're going to see in here are going to be up less than 1%. Doesn't mean this is bad. In fact, if you're new to trading, this might be a kind of a better race, better list of stocks to follow. And I should, re-emphasize this. This now gives you a watch list for the day. You don't have to do anything. It just automatically created for you a watch list of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So these could be in this race, this could be the only stocks you follow all day long. Or if you're going to look at this race, maybe these are the stocks that you're going to follow all day long. That's it. Now, the difference between these two races, if I right click, open the top list, you can see a startling difference, right? Look at the list. Not very much. Not very many stocks in this list of stocks. Now, this is not a static list. Neither is this a static list. A static list, meaning these are not. This is not it for the list of stocks for this race. And the other list that I showed you doesn't mean that was it for that race either. Right now, these are the only stocks that are meeting. You can see how it just dropped, or diminished. And why? I right click, configure, click on the summary. So what in this race, this is what I'm looking for. Stocks between $10 and $70, 200,000 shares minimum were traded, up 2% from yesterday's close. But this is what really prevents a lot of stocks from showing up. Market cap has to be at least $500 million. The minimum float has to be 50 million. But also, and this is probably one of the main reasons, I'm using the position in days range, okay, as a filter. So if I have 95 here, if I put 100 in there, that would mean the stock has to be basically at the high of the day. So at 95, it does mean that it's going to be close to the high of the day. That's what I'm looking for. Well, with the market doing this, it just makes sense that you're not going to see that many stocks, large cap stocks, that are up near the high of the day. It's that simple. You're just not going to see, with the market doing what it's doing down, now 5.5 points on the SPY. Okay. So that's why this list right now is this length. Now, if the SPY turns around and starts to move, this list will probably expand. Because again, remember, all the filter values have to be met. So there could be a stock that's, just up 1.9% from yesterday's close, meeting all these filter requirements, but it hasn't met that one. But what if it does get, 2%? Well, and still meeting all these requirements, it'll automatically get into this list. So again, it's not a static list for the day. So again, if you like either of these two races, you can have them. Now, if you load one of these races or both of them, okay, right now, so it's 10:37 right now, Eastern time. If you load them right now, you're not going to see. This is my top 10 list. Okay? That's because I started my race at 9:30. Now you can if you want your race to start in the pre-market, you can do so. Yeah, I disregarded it, Obi. I didn't take the bait. So there's the this is what I was saying. So here, so you can obviously, if you don't want to have the same filters that I've got or run the same time period, I'm running a 4-minute race. You can adjust the race any way you want. Again, you can adjust it so it starts working in the pre-market. Okay. There's a quick way to do it also. So if you took this race and you like the concept, but you don't like exactly my price range, or maybe you want to add a filter in, if you click on the gear, I won't click on it now because it's going to stop the race. But if I right click on it and then duplicate, I just want to duplicate the race. Okay. And you see if I click on the gear, so if all you wanted to do was just change the price range and maybe the minimum volume, you can do it right here very quickly. But if you click on the advanced, you're going to see all the filters that I'm using. Okay. There's only one more. But if you wanted to change anything, you could change, maybe you wanted it up 3% from the close, or you didn't care about that, or, you didn't care, or maybe you got a filter that you like. If you have any trading experience at all, maybe you want to add a filter that you like into here. Go ahead. Okay, so that's a quick way in which you can take this. You don't have to, construct it from scratch. You can just take mine and you make adjustments, and then just say okay, and then you run the race based on your filters. Now the other thing, when the race is running, you see there's a little square here. The race is starting right now, but if you click on the square, that stops the race. And then if I right click on the body here and then click on the show race setup, remember all this is in the guide. This is how you can kind of control. Here's your time period, minutes to run. I've got 4. You can run whatever time frame you want. But also here, the auto start unload, I have it unchecked, okay? So if you wanted to start the race the minute you load trade ideas, that's what you would do, auto start unload. So if you load trade ideas before the 9:30 open, that's what you can do. And because if you want your race to run in the pre-market, you can do so. I have picked auto start at time and I picked 9:30. That's just me. Okay. It doesn't have to be you. So if there are any questions about anything I've talked about, feel free to ask. Well, the Williams fan has been, especially on the short side, has been on fire. Well, even on the long side early, when the market was doing its little rip mode up. I mean, again, just take a look, guys. I mean, this is the don't repeat version, okay? This is why I like to have this. This is the repeat version where you'll see the stock over and over and over again as it as it meets the filter requirements and makes an, in this case, step making a new low of the day. Okay, so if you so let's go back right from the beginning. Okay, so now I have a delay on this of 15 minutes. So I do not want to see anything in the first 15 minutes just because things can get pretty whippy. So the first alert that came in was at 9:46, and that was the Tandem at 27.42. What did it do from there? Well, before it pulled back, it got up to 26.86. Not bad. Okay, and OIS is one I sort of missed. It's probably pulled back now. Pretty good. Got up to 13.55 from 13.29. I don't know what the Vanda did. 8.94. Yeah, a little bit over, but these were the stars. Okay, so anything in pink is a suggestion to short. This one is still hanging. I don't think it's hasn't moved yet. 17.95. That's 17.96. But look at this one, Harmony, HRMY, 27.27 on the short before it pulled up at all. Got down to 26.40. Step, 46.33. Has it pulled up at all? Before it pulled up at all, 46.33 down to 43.71. That's tremendous. Legion, I know this moved down. I don't know if it's pulled up at all. LEGN, 2077. Before it, 1985. And these are great moves. Now the D now, I don't think, see the difference in all these ones. Well, let's take a look at D now. Hasn't moved that much yet. 1222, 1216 now. Has to get through the 200-day moving average. Sorry, the whole number for me. Also, when you look left, could be some support around 12, right in this area. So it's not as attractive. Just because you get the scan or get the alerts doesn't mean every one of them is going to look awesome. So AJ, the only difference so far. So the modification, this one had to be up or down 25 cents within a 5-minute period, and I changed this to 10 cents just to see you catch them a little earlier. So the only ones that came in that wouldn't come in here were the D now and the V hub. I don't know. Okay. All right, guys. So let's see. So what are you talking about? Oh, the 250 is No. So when you say to 2.5, what filter are you talking about, AJ? I know this one you're talking. I changed it to 10 cents, so you changed it to 15 cents. But what's the 2.5? The volume 2.5. Oh, I mean the current volume instead of eight. I've got eight. Is that what you mean? I mean, you certainly get a lot more alerts. Is that what you mean? You certainly get a lot more alerts. Oh, okay. Yeah, I just wanted to limit it a little bit, but because as I said, I like to use this now like a watch list for the whole day. Okay, and it could be setting up in different areas. I mean, who knows? Maybe the D now, as an example, maybe I know the idea was to short it. There was the alert at 12:22, but I mean, it might hold. This might turn into a long. All right, guys. Now, I don't know how active this is going to be, but Novo is now back underneath 40. Okay, Novo's back underneath 40. 40. I'm sorry, 30. No, 40. I was right. 40. Again, their obesity drug, I guess, didn't. Novo plunges. Well, shorts should be working pretty nicely after that first pop. I mean, we've had a couple little jumps up, but the trend is still down. I mean, that orange wave, that's the trend is still down on a 5 minute. So here's step as an example. Here's step. Okay. So step, yeah, awesome short, but it's had a little bounce. Now look what it's doing. It's coming into the VWAP. Okay. It's coming into the VWAP right now. Now TSLX. I just don't know how dynamic this is going to be. It's just hung around this area. I mean, it does have, look at it on a weekly chart. So this is the month way back here. That is back in 2023, May of 2023. It hit 1729 on the low. Just sort of catching up now. So I guess obviously PJ and others shorted. I guess I'd be all right. I don't think I had shorts available. I think that's one reason why I didn't. I don't think I had shorts available. Didn't win a race. Oh, there were some. I could have sworn I looked in the pre-market. They're only 33,000, so it's very possible they weren't available. And so I just sort of disregarded it. But anyway, it's now again through the VWAP. So maybe it's going to go on another. Well, it's obviously gone on a run since the low, but maybe it'll have a continuation later on in the day. It's such a big float. I'm so surprised on how volatile it is. Okay, guys, NVO hanging under 40, not by much, 38, 39.87. NVO. Okay, guys, now this step might be setting up for another short, okay? If you miss it, well, if I missed it the first time like I did, but look what it's doing. It's not able to get through the VWAP yet, okay? And it looks like it's trying to curl down. Now, it's already down, it's only down 10%, okay? Not down a huge amount. Now, what did it get down to? It got down to 43.16. And that low down here, I mean, there's still on a monthly chart anyway, there's still plenty of room. The issue might be the spread right now, 44.93, 45.28. Yeah, I don't love that spread. The other thing, Miko, how many trades are you in at the same time? I don't know how many trades you normally are in at the same time, but how many trades are you normally in at the same time? So silver is starting to fade a little bit, just a little bit, not, but it is, at the VWAP in 3. Does that mean now? But that means you were in more than 3 earlier. That's a lot of, I don't know. That's a lot of trades. Does that mean you were in 4 or 5 or 6 before at the same time? I mean, if you've been successful doing that, and today is just one of those days that you're down, fine. But I would find that that's a lot of trades to be in at the same time. Well, retail is still, it's flatlining a little bit, but the retail sector is by far the worst sector. So let's take a look at Macy's. I mean, Macy's was one that I saw earlier. Yeah, so Macy's, I mean, Macy's is down a lot more, of course, than the XRP, but there's Macy's. So Walmart is bucking the trend. Yeah, no question. No question. Yeah, so that is a great, I mean, Walmart, big retailer, obviously is bucking the trend because look at XRT. This is the retail sector. It's down 3% overall. So look what happened with step, guys. You see how the VWAP, it tested it. It tested it. Let's see, about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for about 10 minutes. It tested the VWAP, trying to maybe pop through it. Couldn't do it. Looks like now it's going to resume its short. And you just follow the market. I don't know if this is really, if this is one that really, well, it's obviously following the market right now. What I'm trying to get at, though, is there any news on this one? Because this was weak right from the beginning. Remember, the market at the beginning did this, but this one was weak right at the beginning. So there might be something more going on with the step other than just moving down with the market. I don't know. It's trading 14 times normal. 1.5 million shares have traded, so I don't know if it's low volume. I mean, right now, sure, but it's overall though, 14 times normal, 1.5 million have traded. But that is, that can be the issue because of the spread. I mean, right now the spread is, I know I don't love the spread, 30 cents. So here's another. Now, can this be counted as a retailer like Kroger? Would you guys call this a retailer? Well, retail grocery business? I mean, if so, this is bucking the trend also for the overall retail market. Yeah, I don't know about this TSLX, guys. It is just kind of doesn't look like it's going to be dynamic enough. Future fuel. I haven't seen this one. Well, for a long time. I'm sure I've seen this one before, but FF. Now, again, it is, well, it's a biofuel, so it's not what I would call like typical in the XRT sector or XLE sector. Sorry. Is there any news on this one? No, I don't see any news on this one. FF. So again, this is an interesting one to look at on a day like today. When I say the large cap gainers, why? When the market is doing this, remember what this list looks like. That's it right now in this list of stocks. So these are running counter to the market. Okay, this is a great counter to the market race because virtually probably virtually well, most of the large cap stocks are probably following the SPY, but these ones are not. So here's the KR just over that whole number. I don't see any news for it. That is pretty strange. Well, NVIDIA has not that means that much, but yeah, NVIDIA has earnings coming up on Wednesday after the market close. But NVIDIA is barely up, but yeah, I see Bitcoin's down about 1,700. Boy, the SPY is just picking up steam on the way down. I mean, this is, we're getting used to these moves, 7, 8, 5 point moves in the SPY. Remember, a year ago, maybe a year and a half ago, that this would have been, oh my gosh. Okay, seriously. But we're getting used to these moves in the SPY. I mean, remember, guys, remember when a 3 point move in the SPY was a big deal? Now, granted, it's all about the percentage move too. Okay, the higher that, as we're getting closer to 700. So but still, these are in my opinion, intraday significant moves. And these guys, these little more volatile ones, they don't really give a rip about what the market's doing. Okay, they basically trade on their own. These are what you would call the alpha stocks. They don't really care what the market's doing. GITS, GITS. What is this one doing? Hmm. This is okay. For those of you who don't mind looking at stocks that are under a dollar, this one's on the move. This Signing Day Sports, SGN, on the move. I mean, it's had a great few days. I mean, I don't trade stocks under a dollar, but a few days ago, this was a 24-cent stock, 72 cents now. For those of you who don't mind trading stocks under a dollar, and if you're going to ask me why, it's just personal preference. That's all. Does it mean you shouldn't? A person shouldn't? Boy, this market, yeah, this is turning into a bigger and bigger sell-off. If this market turns around at all, I'm going to have to put a price alert around this 45.36 level for a step. See if it turns. I don't know why I got that square there, but anyway, if it turns around at all, okay. Just see if it takes out the VWAP later on. If the market turns around, I mean, but right now, market is in sell, sell, sell mode right now. What's the Dow? Dow is down 700. All right. Well, here's another one now, guys. Breaking down, I had a big move at the beginning. We talked about this one. The VKTX broke down, got underneath the VWAP, tested a few times right here, did not get through it, and maybe this is the start of another drift down. That's the VKTX, just underneath the whole number. And again, the only reason this was up was taking kind of advantage of the fact that NVO was down. So they have an obesity drug pill injection. I don't know exactly what they do, but or how they work it. But this was only up. And it didn't have any specific news. It was just sort of reacting to the fact that NVOs failed. So who know VKTX, maybe they've got a competing drug. Hey, I like this. I like to short this. 81.88 is the bid ask. Maybe it takes out that little low there. That might get it really running down. Okay, so I'm looking at the VKTX potential short. Obviously, it's got room. I mean, the low on Friday was 30, so there's a ton of room underneath. All right, guys. Well, it's 11:06, so we're back to a normal schedule in terms of who takes over for me in our YouTube room this week. Okay, we should be back to a normal schedule. All right, guys. Well, the VKTX. Let's see if this works. Okay. So anyway, just want to check to make sure it is going to be Chris today. And a regular schedule meaning Chris today on Monday. I don't know. I think they switch off on Tuesdays. Could be Chris, Andy, or Steve, and then Dan Merkin, the CEO of Trade Ideas, on Wednesday. Steve on Thursday, and then Andy on Friday. So tomorrow, not sure who's going to do it. All right. So let's see what else is happening. Okay, here's one that's actually moving. A Buyout, guys. Vor is actually moving on some volume. Actually, it's not bad. I mean, look at this. Look at the consolidation and the consolidation of both the 5 and the 2, and it's putting a little bit of a pop. And that's a VOR. And well, where could it go? The next high looking left is 1640. There's a ton of room. There's a ton of room for VOR. Well, a ton of room. I mean, it's got room to 1640. I'm not saying it's 1650. I'm not saying it's going to get there. Don't love the spread. I mean, the spread is still a bit of an issue. 1571, 1586. And well, not a bit of an issue. It's too big an issue for me. Is there any news on this one other than the fact they're going to be participating in the 46th annual TD Cowen Healthcare Conference? So that's next Monday. Okay, next Monday. Yeah, I would have taken this. I just didn't like the spread. Too bad. It's a beautiful rejection of the VWAP for the step. Trying to get through it, could not several times, and then got its moved down again. But I just didn't like that spread. Okay, so Chris is going to do it today, and Steve just piped in and said he'll do it tomorrow. So Steve, you'll get a double dose of Steve this week, Tuesday and Thursday. How is Intel doing? He's the originator of the trades of the week, INTC. How's it doing? So 431. So I guess it did trigger. Okay, I guess because I want to say 44 over 44.31. It was taking out the high of Friday, or 44.41. It may have barely triggered. 44.55 is the high today, and I think the email said get above the high of Friday, which is 44.39. So it did trigger. It did trigger right off the open. Okay. Yeah, NVO is now starting to sink a little bit more below that 40 level. All right, so a little bit of a battle at the 680 mark for the SPY on the 5-minute chart. Let me take a look at the SPY on a little higher time frames and see what is happening. So the SPY broke down below the last two daily highs. The next daily low is 675. And on the week, yeah, it'd be about the same, 675. Yeah. So that'd be a huge, in my opinion, it'd be a pretty big level for it to try to hold if it does take out 680. You have about 1, 2, 3, 4 weeks, around that 675 mark. So I'm going to put a price alert in that area. Yeah. Well, that bumped me out of the VKTX, guys. Basically, kind of flat. I was in at, it just wasn't dynamic enough. VKTX, but I'm going to keep watching to see what it does at the VWAP. It got down here. I had a little bit of profit in it down here, but the minute it started, hanging in, not moving down. Not that it should follow the market at all. I mean, it's still up for the day. Had news on its own. Well, not news on its own, but piggybacking on NVO's unsuccess. Okay, well, maybe my wild card for the day could be this VHub, guys, because I mean, this was the crazy action a few days ago when it started trading as VHub. I don't know. I don't think this was an IPO or anything like that, but it started trading as VHub back here, January 30th. Got up to 40 odd, closed that day at 621. The high yesterday, Friday, was 313. So Has a little bit of room, a little bit of room to those highs. There's the VWAP up above. Yeah, maybe not. The VWAP is up above, not that far away. So I think I'll just forget about it. Well, listen, if you're a SPY follower and a trade wave, or we're going to be calling this thing wave rider. Uh, if you're a wave rider, a wave rider, then I just I mean, at some point the SPY may bounce. So I would just maybe have a 5-minute chart or even a 2-minute chart, and just wait to see if that orange curls and starts to go blue. Okay, just wait. Boy, this is all-time low. Got to be right. Got to be a lot. Basically, a lifetime low for Stitch Fix SFIX. Remember when this during the pandemic? This was like, well, how much was it? And that's real. That was $114. Yeah, the height of the 2021. That was $114 stock. Because look at the float. This is not reverse split adjusted or anything like that. Wow. Basically, it's into oblivion now. Payo. Okay, this is too bad. Might be too much support, not that far away for the PAYO. Kind of liked it underneath underneath 5. Little volume came in, some selling volume came in. So you're looking for a bounce on NVO, right, William? You're looking more for a bigger bounce for NVO. Is that your idea? The VWAP is at 40.38. Well, I'll put a price alert in this area. I mean, let's put a price alert around the VWAP area and see if number one gets close to it, and then maybe eventually it just pops through. Really? I see that NCI got halted several times now. It's been halted 4 times, and wow, on the way down, yeah. Remember that flying high and it halted several times on the way down. All right, MLYS. How about this one, guys? I mean, this one is really interesting. Again, it is bucking the trend of the large cap stocks. Well, large, not a Not a huge market cap, but nonetheless, it's meeting the filter requirements near the high of the day, right at the high of the day, over the VWAP. How much room does it have? 29.69. Little bit of room, about 50 cents to that high. But guess what? Look at that stupid spread. 29.05, 29.32. So forget everything I just said. Well, let's see if it turns a little bit blue. Okay. Now, if you go to a 2-minute chart, it might have turned blue. The wave may have turned blue. Not yet. Not yet. There's the SPY 2-minute riding the wave down. It is curling, but it is not has not turned blue yet. So, the trend officially has not on the 2-minute anyway. On the 2-minute has not changed. Okay. Now it looks like it. If I went to a 1-minute, it's very possible. You get some, yeah. So on a 1-minute, the trend has changed, but that might not be enough for some of you to indicate a trend change. When I say enough, looking at this like a 1-minute time frame, but it's certainly you can tell it's curling anyway. But is it really going to keep going? Maybe, maybe. I mean, I'd like to see some blue on that 2-minute though, even though you see it on the 1-minute. I'd like to see some blue on the two. All right. So NCI came out of its halt. So I guess it actually popped a little bit, and now it just got halted. Oh, I'm sorry. Came out of the halt, resumed, and then got halted immediately. So this time halted on the way up. NCI. So I haven't shown this screen, I don't think, today with this window. So this is time and sales. This is nothing to okay. Time and sales from Interactor Brokers. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. It's the blue window that I'm showing you. So there you can see there's the symbol NCI. There's the halt price at 409. This column trying to show you where it could open. So if you're in this one now, what you want to see is a number in this column above the halt price. And typically they are 5-minute halts. This number doesn't have to hold. Again, that is time and sales from Interactor Brokers. Yeah, so look at that. So yeah, I would have wanted to see blue on that 2-minute, even though the blue was on the 1-minute, sort of to maybe reinforce that maybe there is a bit of a bounce. So Pepe, yeah, you're saying, man. So I don't have it. Here's my 5-minute. So I don't have the 8 EMA on my 5-minute, but sort of getting rejected, trying to get through the top of that wave and not able to. So guys, again, if you want the wave rider, this is what it's going to be called going forward. I think it's going to be called the wave rider. The orange and the blue on your charts, just let me know. This is part of our standard service, okay? Easy enough to add. Actually, I don't know what it's going to be called. It's going to be Wave something. We had a problem using TradeWave, to be honest. So it's going to be called something else. I thought it was going to be Wave Rider, but I don't think it's Wave Surfer. Yeah, it's going to be Wave Rider. I think in the next build, it'll show that change. Mr. Hasselhoff. Yeah, maybe. Just give me a moment, please. Hey, guys, I'll be right back. Okay, guys, I am back. I might have to leave for another minute in a minute. Okay, but I am back. 11:28, so I'll be taking a break in about 30 minutes. Chris Varley will take over for me in our YouTube room. Well, talked about this many, many times. I'm kind of waiting for any sort of re-entry price to show up in the AI. Nothing today. Nothing today. Okay, give me a moment. All right, guys, sorry about that. I am now back. I am now back. The SPY, okay. Look at the SPY. So now you've got that little blue here, okay, on the 2 minute. I know it was. I know you had we had it on the 1 minute, but now the little more confirmation. I mean, the higher the time frames, a little more confirmation. Not that two is not extremely higher than one, but you know what I mean. I bet you on the 5, it would definitely be probably blue. Now, the only issue is if you're going to take the SPY, there is the VWAP. So, I mean, what will it do? First of all, can it get close to the VWAP? And what will happen at the VWAP? But right now, the SPY is starting to curl. I don't know, William. That NVO looks like it just wants to hang around that 40 level for a while. So silver is starting to move again. Had that little drop, but now starting to move again over the VWAP or at the VWAP area. SLV right at the VWAP area. PayPal. Woo. Was this news? Boy, that's you don't normally get stocks this expensive in the halts resumes. There's PayPal and it resumed. I see. Tracking takeover interest from potential buyers, according to Bloomberg. Okay, so that's the reason for the pop in PayPal, PYPL. Again, we don't normally get stocks that expensive in the halts resumes because they don't move enough. The higher price stocks don't move enough percentage wise. And as Obi is pointing out, PYPG is the two timer. So if you thought that PayPal was going to really continue, PayPal, the stock is up 6%, almost 6.5%. Okay, but this one is a two timer. So, but remember, if PayPal drops 1%, this will interesting. It went up. This is long, yeah, this is long. But if PayPal, the stock, drops 1%, this will drop 2%. Okay, just so you know. Good volume, 2 million shares, so it's certainly liquid enough. Well, it's funny because it was halted for volatility, it said here, but and it also do with the Bloomberg News reporting saying that they're attracting takeover interest. All right, here's another one that's just poking its head above $1, guys. AUUD, ugly looking on the 2-minute chart, though, really ugly. And on the daily chart, last week's high was about $1.07. The high before that, I don't know. Just to me, doesn't have enough room to move if it wants to. Also, it's very ugly looking on the 2-minute chart. Look, I mean, there's almost little gaps on the 2-minute. Here's an earnings play, guys. Boise Cascade. This is a At the low of the day, BCC at the low of the day. This is an earnings play, and what 72.64. So there is room. There's almost $5 to the next low. I mean, it's already down 5%, but there's almost $5 to the next low for BCC. Manufacture and distribution of engineered wood products. Okay. Pretty old company, founded in 1957. So you would call that more of a paper company rather than engineered wood, William? Well, they started as paper. Okay. So here's another one, guy, trying to curl a little bit. The Legion, after being, well, it's still up. It is still up. It was not ever, it was never down. It's just that it really sold off, but maybe trying to curl a bit. Okay, it looked like it maybe put in a bottom here around the 19 level for LEGN. Huh, how about that? So they made paper for Xerox in the 80s, 1980s. Interesting. Well, they've been around a while, 1957. But reaction today to their earnings is, yeah, not good. You know what? I should have just flipped the script on the VKTX. But what's going to happen now? Is that going to hold it? The VWAP, is it going to hold it from moving higher? Look at the VKTX right on that on the 2-minute chart. The VWAP is the VWAP. Okay, so but look at it on the 5-minute chart, even more not startling, but more evident. Will that hold it? Holding it, meaning will it act as support or sorry, resistance? Or retail is weak and weakening, guys. XRT. Now, somebody said that Walmart was a very strong stock. This is completely counter to the. Now, it was a little higher when it was up here at 126, but still, this is going really counter to the its sector. But if you're looking at this, I'd be looking at the VWAP. If you're looking at Walmart to see if it can continue being strong, pulling back, maybe into the VWAP. Will that hold it, or will it break down and then kind of follow the rest of the sector or the sector? Because XRT is super weak. That's a big move, 3.5%. Let's see where that is with respect to the 200-day. See, look what's happening. It's getting fairly close to the 200-day. And of course, XLF, I'm sure is below and drifting away. Yeah, look at XLF, the financial sector drifting away again from the 200-day moving average. Home builders weak also, XHB. Home builders are weak. All right, guys, give me a moment. I will be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. 15 minutes. I'll be taking off for about an hour. Chris Farley will take over for me in our YouTube room. Yeah, NVO just hanging at that 40 level. Legion is trying, guys. LEGN is kind of trying. Little buy flag there on the 2-minute chart. Well, guys, other than missing that OIS early, would have made me a little bit. But now look at it now. Look at it now underneath the. I missed that pop. Just missed by pennies getting it, but now it's back down. Yeah, kind of a choppy day for me anyway. Just looking at things, nothing with tremendous extension. I think a lot of you are finding the same thing. Ugh. Yeah, I just unmuted myself. Sorry, I just unmuted myself. So yeah, I mean, the market, other than the OIS that I missed, but it would have been an okay trade, and the VKTX, which I took myself out of. Finding the market, yeah, most of the things I'm looking at are just kind of choppy. Right? The LEGN, just looking to see if it wants to keep. I just don't have trust that it's going to keep curling all the way up to the VWAP. Even though it is strong for the day, it's still up 6%. But look at the SPY now, short-lived little blue. The NCAA halt, sure. Well, if you are in this one, you may be doing handstands. Look at that. Now, it doesn't mean that this is where it's going to open, but it's halted at 449. I mean, this is supposed to give you an idea about where it could open. Hard to believe it's going to open over $1. Okay. When did it get halted? It got halted at 11:30. Whoa. So it's been halted for a while. Okay. It's been halted for a while. So this is over. This will be at least a 20-minute halt now. Yeah, 20-minute halt so far. 51.25. So if it's going to be a 20-minute halt, then again, usually they are multiples of 5. This is a long halt, though. So if it's going to open after a 20-minute halt, that will open in about 15 seconds if it's going to be a 20-minute halt. So let's see. I'll keep it on there. It's hard to believe that it'll open $1 higher, though. All right. Well, I was wrong. It wasn't quite $1, but it did open. It was a 20-minute halt. It did open. It's very interesting. I mean, IB is showing me that it's still halted, but it is not halted. But there's no. Oh, finally. Okay, I finally caught up. 489, 490 now. So, yeah. So, I mean, it had a pop up, but could not hold it at all. Okay, guys, 11:52. So what I'm going to do now is put the YouTube link in the room So you guys can head over. Chris is not there yet. I have to wait for him to show up, of course. But so you can head over and listen to Chris. He'll be there for about an hour between 12 and 1 Eastern time. And we're talking Chris Farley of Trade Ideas. So that's the YouTube link for those of you in the main room. Okay, here's a cheap one, guys. It's just popping over $1. CETY. Some volume coming in. CETY volume coming in. It's a real cheap one. I mean, look, if it can take out that 560 mark again, maybe it'll can go on another run. Right up here. There's the VWAP, 622. That's far enough away from the 560. So if you got to 560 and started to run, you may stall at 620, but that would be far enough away. Because remember, at the beginning of the day, this was very positive, up to 820. So that was very positive. It was very positive for the day, and then just sold off. But it's a challenge. There's no question. It's a challenge. Okay, I'm going to put my announcement up here. I'm not going until Chris shows up, of course, but just to get set for when he does show up. So on a break. Okay, back around 1 p.m. Eastern time. So I'm just waiting for Chris to show up. Okay, here's a mineral play, HBM, Hudson Bay Minerals. Don't know what really they have anything to do with. Well, they do have precious metals. Okay, HBM. But when you look left, I mean, to me, could be all sorts of blockage. So I'm not interested in that one. How's that NCI doing? Yeah, well, hanging around 5. I mean, the longer it hangs around 5. Goldfields International, so gold plays. EQX, another gold play. This is definitely not a gold or silver play. SNY, Santa Fe. Yeah, so after the big action for a lot of these, they're like the step, big action on the way down. Now, kind of figure out what does it really want to do. Yeah, look at the Legion. I mean, the Legion to me, well, let's see. First of all, how many shares? I've got plenty of shares to short, 1.2 million. Yeah, I mean, if it takes out 19 later, maybe. It looks like it wants to drift down though, for sure. Well, I shouldn't say that. It's just hanging in this area. So will it hold 19 and then go on another run? Because the VWAP is way up there, so that's not an issue. And let's see what else. All right, guys, 11:57. So just waiting for Chris to show up, and I'll be taking a break. Gee. Silver is still well. It's I mean, it's even silver's been a little bit choppy today. It's still a strong sector. Here are the sectors right here. So we have silver and gold leading the charge. XLV, healthcare, energy, XLE, oil services, consumer staples, right? XLP. But on the flip side, look at this. I mean, retail is still very weak. XRT, financials, XLF, shipping companies, IYT, home builders, tech. Got a lot. Oh, I hear a little pop. Okay, guys, I'll be taking a break right now. We'll see you in about 1 hour, okay, guys, in the main room. So I'm going to put myself on mute right now. And now I can welcome the snowbound Mr. Christopher Varley into the YouTube room. I'm assuming you were snowbound.
Oh, Barry,
was it
I
yet?
grew up in the Adirondacks. I don't know if you're familiar with that in
Oh, yeah.
upstate New York.
Well, yeah.
And I got to say, this is about as good as I've ever seen it for a storm. And I lived up there for 20 years. Yeah, I mean,
wow.
It's not just the snow totals. We've got to be somewhere around 20 inches, and it's still really coming down right now. But I mean, we had winds last night that had to be over 60 miles an hour. It was absolutely wild what I was watching.
I'll bet.
And it's warm, actually. It's only like 30 degrees or 28 degrees, and this is the stickiest snow I've ever seen. Like if you walk on it and you pack it down too much, it just becomes a complete ice rink everywhere. It doesn't it's so wet and heavy. But anyways, here we are.
Hopefully people are not driving. They're staying at home. And
of course they are.
And the kids are staying at home from school.
Yeah,
they're loving it.
Oh, absolutely. They just had a week off. So
had a week off. So yeah. Oh man, weather. Well, out here in beautiful Vancouver, we just have to worry about a little rain, but that's about it. So
I'd happily trade you right now.
All right, my friend. Well, I will see you in about 1 hour from now.
Sounds good.
Yeah. Okay. Take care.
Enjoy that break. Bye-bye, Barry.
Okay. Thanks.
All right. Barry making his way to a break, and I think we got eyes on my screen. Let me double check. Yep, looking good. So, all right, everybody, a happy Monday to you all. I'm sure there must be at least one of you out there that's enjoying the fine weather of the East Coast right now, much like myself. But nevertheless, here we are. We persevere. So, of course, anybody with any questions, don't be shy. Please get those questions in for us. As always, this is an open forum. Don't have any pre-done content on this, so we let you folks drive the content with your questions. Turn off notifications so we don't get any eruptions. Perfecto. There we go. Of course, if nobody has any questions, then I will do my best to keep this engaging and informative relative to the platform of trade ideas and the market itself. So again, don't be shy, folks. Come one, come all. I know there are some folks, some emails and whatnot that have come in over the last day or so and directed you folks here for some support. Hopefully a few of you have joined us. I'm going to propose those questions to us so we can help guide and navigate you. I guess with that said, so far, no takers. All right, well, do a tour around the market, I suppose. Why not? So here's your SPY representing the S&P 500, and a whole lot of nothing right now, Great, wonderful trend, and then up trend anyways. And then we're in a box for quite some time now. And every time we've poked out of the box, poke back down in it. I'm trying to poke back out of it again here. So we shall see what happens, but there's no breakdown in the market at the moment. I suppose there's always a chance it could happen. Not happening so far. Down 1% today. That happens. I was looking at some charts over the weekend, and the RSP was interesting to look at as it's sitting right up here at, after today's little pullback here, just off all-time highs. But the RSP, while the SPY has been kind of stuck in a range, this was stuck in a range while the SPY and the S&P 500 were moving up. And now this has been moving and trending up again. So this is your equally weighted S&P 500. So just, like to keep things in perspective of some under the hood stuff going on with the market there. So again, anybody with questions, don't be shy. Please get those in. Please get those in. Let's look at the Qs. Qs don't look quite as nice as the SPY. A little further off here. Still not, any kind of sell-off at this point. Real sell-off anyways at this point, but just not as nice looking overall. Haven't bounced as much when they bounce or anything like that. Diamonds. Your Dow Jones Industrial Average. It's got itself a little bit of pullback here last couple of days. Still sitting snug up here, right up, not too far off all-time highs itself. I'm curious. The IWM actually looked really good when I was checking it out this weekend. Anything happening here today? Yeah, a little bit more, 2%, a little more than 2% down. Still overall looking good for the most part. You had a nice uptrend going on. Pullback, uptrend back intact. Maybe it's trying to break it down again. We'll see. Never know, never know. So again, folks, open forum here. Open forum. Not meant for me to just be rambling on to you folks here. This is meant for you folks to ask the questions that you have on the software itself. Like I said, I'll do my best to keep it engaging. No questions come in, but I do prefer it when you folks ask the questions and drive the content with what you're looking for from the software. So, alrighty, let's soldier on. So let's see, what else? As we take a look at what's happening in the Z-race scans, relative strength from the open. So MENS won the last race. It looks like it's going to win this race. It's got itself up a solid 23 and a third-ish % here. On pretty anemic volume, to be honest, though. Let's be real about that. Not exactly a whole lot of volume there. Taiwanese company. So very interesting, very interesting. Let's move on. VVPR. Who are you? What are you doing? So better volume, better liquidity here. Approaching 1.3 million shares traded on VVPR. Earnings are behind it, faded off the earnings a bit, having itself a little pop now. Electric power generation coming out of the UK. NCI. Take a look at you. Oh, this thing's gone pretty batty over here the last couple of weeks. Having itself a pretty wild day today. Those are definitely halts on the way down. That's a halt on the way up. 9.1 million traded on it, 25 relative volume. You can see it was getting pretty lively back here a couple weeks ago. Got itself a pretty good trend moving up there on that 60-minute chart and got really squirrely today here, as we can see. So an active trader without a question. PYPG. Let's move on to that. So that's a 2x. I guess on PayPal, right? PayPal is PYPL, right? Is that right? Did I got that? Yeah, PayPal. So let's look at PayPal. Let's look at the main chart. So, oh, well then, I don't see this very often. We must have had some kind of news or something here. So that's interesting. Yes. Team Canada in line, I guess. Oh, we're just going to call you Team Canada for short, or team for short, whatever works for you. Fire that question away for me, please. So just keep commenting on this PayPal chart for a moment. So yeah, real interesting look here. Must have had some news, I'm guessing. Scott, I'll try to remember that. Yeah, so, not a great looking daily chart here. All that consolidation and breaking down. Had earnings a bit ago. Not exactly a positive reaction from the earnings. And over the last 5 years, down 83%, give or take. A few tenths here. So PayPal, I don't know. We'll see what happens there. NEWP. So as I wait for Scott to get that question in, I'm just going to kind of plow through a few more of these here. And as soon as that question or any other question, everybody's welcome. Don't be shy, everybody. More than one question could come in at once. We'll get to them all, of course. But in the meantime, how do I set up notifications for the AI buy-sell notifications for both Holly and my watch list? Probably simple, but all right. So for Holly, there's only one way to see Holly alerts. It's right here in what we call the strategy trades window of the AI. So that's them right there. My way to get to that would be this. I would take the menu bar, new, premium AI strategy trades window. This one here, not the strategy window, strategy trades window. You open that up. And, mine's set to some defaults that I've set up the columns the way I want and whatnot. I have the filters all selected to no filters. I want to look at all the strategies that have, been selected through back testing today. And if I right click here, I could come to columns. I can set up, you got the set of master columns or the bank over here. You'd select one and then use the arrow to move it from right to left to the selected columns to display. And, it's one of those things where what you like today, you may not like tomorrow and vice versa. So it might take a little bit to really refine it the way you want. But this is the one and only spot for Holly. That's it. And Holly only alerts the stocks that meet its criteria. There is a sound alert if you want when a new stock comes onto it or a stop gets hit. Because Holly offers just a time stop, just a stop loss. It has a time stop for the end of the day, 3:55 p.m. Eastern as well. If you want to add the sound, again, we right click, come to actions, check play sound, come to sound setup or setup sound, whatever. Yes, it says sound setup here and the other one that said setup sound. There's the text to speech. You could use that if you like. Kind of says the ticker, the letters of the ticker. The letters kind of equal a word. It'll say the word. Or you could use any of these here. They kind of sound similar. The asterisk, the beep, the exclamation. They all sound very similar, but you got to test them out and see if you prefer one to the other. And that's the short and skinny on Holly. I do have a video, covers all that and a bit more and some thoughts on Holly here. I'll share it with you, but bookmark it, check it out later. We're here now live, so we'll address things together live. This is just for you to reference at a later time. circle back on any of the stuff that we've mentioned there. And of course, I can circle back on any of it now if you need me to go back over anything that we do. So buy some for both Holly and my watch list. Now, as far as your watch list goes, now the way I would do a watch list is actually this right here with a top list, and it just cycles through the stocks on it. That if you put filters in that meet the filters, if there's no filters, it'll just display the stock. So the way I would build a watch list myself is I go to new, top list, and then it's always called in here like volume leaders or something like that. In the summary tab, you can change the name to whatever you want it to be. If you come to the Windows specific tab, there's going to be some predefined stuff in here for the default. You could just erase all of that. And once you have the blank top list, what I would do is then I just probably press OK and leave it as the blank top list for the moment like this. And I'd come to Tools, Options. Nope, I lied. Don't go to Tools, Options. Go to Tools, Symbols List. And then we'd create a new list and call it My Watch List or whatever you want to call it. And then once we've got that, you're going to see it here. It goes in alphabetical order. I double click that list. You can see it's blank. So right now, if I wanted to, let's see, AAPL, it'll capitalize for you. TSLA, NVDA, MSFT. I'm just, typing off some large cap names I can think of off the top of my head. I'll press OK. Refresh from server. I can close that. Now I'm going to right click, come back into the top list with the right click into the configure. I'm going to go to symbols list. I'm going to go to add existing list, and any ones that you created will say personal in a bracket. So we call that, I think, my watch list. So we're going to come down to, it's an alphabetical order. So we're going to come down to my, you can see my watch list. It has the personal there. I'm going to put a check mark in it. And I want to make sure the drop down menu is only the following lists. And when I press OK, this is going to take a second. Oh, it did it instantly. There we go. Sometimes it might take 2, 3, 4 seconds. And there we go. Those are the 4 stocks that I put on there. And I'm looking at my watch list. Now, if you wanted some kind of notification about the stocks that they're doing something, you could do this. You go to new and go to alert window. And you're going to come back to the symbols list and you look for my watch list, or again, whatever you called it. You're going to add that and put a check mark there again, just like we did with the top list, only the following lists. And then I could add some selected alerts. Like if I want to know the stocks on it are making new highs, I could do that. If I want to know if they're making new lows, I can add that, put a check mark there. So sorry, I went fast on that. Let me do that again. So if I click new high and I press add alert, it'll bring me to the selected alerts tab. I'm just going to put a check mark there in it that I want to use it. Same with the new low. So I did that, click that add. There we go, the check mark. If there's something else that I want in here, whether it's another kind of alert, or if maybe I don't want to know, you got to have, with an alert window, you have to have an alert. Alerts are indicated by these single icons, where the filters are these double icons indicating a minimum and or maximum value. So like, I could do new high, new low, and then maybe it's also got to do that. And it has to, I don't know, traded X amount of shares today, and add that filter and say, well, I don't want know about the stock at all until it's traded 2 million shares on the day, something like that. And then once you're done building it, you can right click, come to properties, actions, play sound, set up sound, and add that sound there, just like we went through with the Holly video for you. So hopefully that all made sense. That's helpful. You have follow-up questions on it. If anybody else has any questions whatsoever, please do not be shy. Do not be shy. Excellent, excellent. I just had a brain fart. There's something else I wanted to show you. Now I don't know what the heck it was. Come on, Chris. Think. Oh, that's what so we have an education page. Let me bring that up and bring that over. I share a link to it. paste. So there's a link for the education page. This is for every and anybody. Most everything here is free, I believe. So, we've got a searchable users guide here. You can find a lot of stuff in there. You click in here, you come down to table of contents. You can search for things in here. It's pretty handy for returning stuff. What else do I want to show you here? Let me see. Yes. So up here at the top, we've got our trader support room. So where we are right now is actually broadcasted on two different ends. But Barry, who I took over for on the YouTube side, is on a break from both sides. But he's also here, and there's more traders over here just talking indicators and stocks and technical analysis and stuff like that. As I always tell people, it's a no-nonsense room. There's nobody pumping stocks in there. We're all buying this, or, this stock looks good, everybody should buy that, or whatever. And they're very protective over there. If anybody starts pulling that crap, they're asked to stop, and then they're banned if they don't knock that nonsense off. It doesn't happen very often, but I just like to make sure people understand there's no predatory stuff going on over there. We don't allow for it. We're a software company. We're not stock pickers or anything like that. We're selling software and data, and what people do with that data is up to them. This is another link here. Sorry, this is another way to get into that same traders room I was describing. This is where we are right now. Another link for the user's guide. And then we have this getting started series down here that I created. Starts with, some real basic stuff, logging in, exchange agreements, loading the software at the beginning, looking at some channel bars and stuff like that. I move into alerts and top list window scanning, charts, single stock window, multi-strategy, price alerts, saving and creating layouts, get into some back testing, talk about the picture-in-picture charting here, formula editor, some paper trading stuff going on, stock racing, probably some things I'd like to add to this at some point, but it's pretty comprehensive for a lot of what we've got going on in the software. If someone is just new to trading in general, former coworker and CMT designated Michael Noss created this here. It's called Back to Basics, and it literally starts with what's a stock, right? And then it moves all the way up to like kind of a systematic algorithmic trading. So some good resources there. It's a lot of ebooks if you're interested. Different folks here that have wrote some different ebooks. A few other items you might find helpful or interesting down here. Partners and different things of that nature. So I think it's pretty decent education page personally. Good amount on there to help. So, all right. Appreciate the question. Thank you, Scott. Thank you. Anybody else with questions, please don't be shy. Don't be shy. I got to say one thing found interesting while I wait to see if anybody else asks anything. Got Apple here bucking the trend. Up just under 1%. Good for $2 and change. While you've got the SPY down, good a little bit, down percent, give or take. And this 30-day market breadth here. So I'm looking at stocks, comparing stocks making in a ratio, making new highs over the last 30 days versus new lows. So it's looking back a month. That includes weekends. So any stock that's making a new high today for its first time over the last 30 days, got that going on right there. And for new lows, we got this going on right there. I actually should have drawn that way. We're falling that way. And so you can see that the new lows are way outweighing the new highs, but still some positive stuff going on out there. And if there's any panic selling or anything like that at this point. So again, don't be shy. Don't be shy. Please, please, please get those questions in for me. Always nice to have you folks drive the content. So I have to dance around on many of the same things I'm doing all the time. Move that menu bar back out of the way. All right, I guess we'll go back and look at some of the things going on here. So yeah, we went through do NEWP. Can't remember. Let's look at that chart. I don't remember talking about that. So got some mining, copper, nickel, lead, zinc. Got good liquidity going on here. Relative volume of 4 and 2 million shares traded on that to this point, exchanging hands. Looks like an overall positive reaction to earnings, getting itself really going here. Trying to recoup some of those losses over the last several years. And yeah, it's having itself a day here. You know, it's a small price stock, 480, but up 67 cents. That's good for 16%. So not too shabby, not too shabby. Let's see. We did MENS. Let's go NAMM. So yeah, over the last 8 months, this is going to be a pretty new issue. Not looking so hot, to say the least. Silver and gold ore mining. Pretty liquid with the 3.2 million shares. Trading a tick down from what it normally does on the relative volume at this point in the day. So, you know, not too crazy going on there, but nevertheless, earned itself a space there. GNPX. So this thing got wild last year in the fourth quarter. You can see that right here. But just been on a steady death march at this point. Clearly, this has had a reverse split or two, because there is no way that the all-time high of that stock is $39,000. Just under 39. Yeah, really tough trader here. Yeah, it's got plenty of liquid and volume, you know, 5.6 million shares traded and 22.3 on the relative volume. But, you know, these topping and bottoming shadows and up and down, just real volatile, real volatile. Not a good looking chart for me anyways. Some people like that stuff. I'm not one of them. To each their own. That's what makes a market. That's what makes a market. OPEN. Let's see here. And on quite the steady decline. Trying to have a positive reaction to earnings that went on the 19th real recently. You know, tough over the last 5 years. Really, really beat up. It's really trending down. Really trending down. Looks like it got on this list because it had a nice initial move the first 10 minutes, but it's just been fading since then. I'd imagine it ain't making a comeback today. Never know, but I'm certainly not interested in that at this point. CRWG. This is a ridiculous looking chart here. Down 99.03% over the last 5 years. I'm guessing this is like CrowdStrike or something. 2x leveraged ETF. Let's see. I don't even got it. Whatever about it. No news. That ain't helping. All right, whatever that is. I'm guessing it's a CrowdStrike. It ain't looking too good. And last but not least, on the top 10 of that race, we've got VNDA. So again, not looking too healthy on the long picture here, but this is really just a day trading scan anyways. Pretty decent sized gap up. Traded up for a few minutes there. Let's see, 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes, give it 25 minutes, give or take, trying to move up and fading ever since. It's below the VWAP, but it's not breaking down on that 8 yet. It hasn't really been able to break it down, so who knows? Very liquid, 37.7 million shares traded on it to this point in the day with a 35, almost 36 relative volume at this point in the day. So it's going to need some action to step back in and get it moving one way or the other, whether it's going to continue to fade and try to fill that gap. It's defending it right now, or if it can get itself really going and challenge the VWAP and the high of the day. You know, time will tell. All right, so that's the top 10 there. Yeah. CRML about to win this race. So who are you, CRML? Well, we got some more metals mining here. Support activities for metals mining. pretty liquid. Volume ain't too much. And I'm going to guess that this has got a big impact on that relative volume right there. Had some really large volume come into it through that move up. Volume faded as we moved down. We'll have to see what happens here, but yeah, plenty of liquidity. It's well-traded stock, so it's not like you can't get in and out at your will. It's up, 8.8% on the day here. Good for 80 cents. A nice move here. Nice move. Not too shabby. Not too shabby. Bear with me a moment here, folks. I'll fix something with one of my screens. All right. Sorry, I just had something funky going on. I think I got it fixed. All right, there we go. So again, folks, don't be shy. If you've got questions, please. All right, get rid of that. Let's see. We'll look over here, some different stocks. It's a different kind of relative strength from the open scan. A few different things going on here. So VOR. Not exactly illiquid, not exactly liquid either. 785,000 shares traded on it to this point. But, trending nice, not overly volatile in the sense of these, sense of it having big topping and bottoming shadows. Up $1.87, good for 13.8% too. So very nice move from it. Beginning to fade now. Volume kind of fading with it as well. But we saw the volume fade before and come back up. So we'll see what it can do here. Never know. Yeah. IBRX. Whoa. 64, almost 65 million shares traded on the day on that. That is uber liquid. It's not like that's really that out of line for it, but that is having the big impact right there. Gapped itself up pretty decently, trying to defend that gap. Got to fight with the VWAP if it gets above it here. It's kind of chopping and consolidating more and more here as it runs sideways on that 60-minute chart. It's certainly having itself a day right now, not just a day, a month plus or so, out of a cannon, times 2. Hefty set of moves from that there. LUNR. So this made an early big move. It gapped all the way down here, but this is a relative strength from the open, so moving down meant nothing on the open. Had a huge move off of that open. Really came up off that open right there. So look, it's changed from the open. It's up 4.5% from the open, right? Regardless that it's flat from yesterday or from Friday's close. So that's important to note. Plenty of liquidity, 4.5 million traded on that. So whatever was trying to drag that down, whether it was just moving with the general market or whatever, it has absolutely bucked the trend of the market. Not a bad look, not a bad look. VNDA here. Big gap up on that. I feel like we did VNDA already, didn't we? Yeah, I think these swap spots, that's what happened there. Something with that. Because we definitely looked at VNDA. No, we didn't. Just looks similar to something else we looked at. Sorry. So yeah, holding that gap. Big time move. Faded it. Earnings. Faded off the earnings. Must have some kind of news today. Definitely must have some kind of news today. So sitting up here, grinding sideways. 38 million, approaching 35 on the relative volume, fading on the volume. So we'll see what happens. We shall see, as the saying goes. Let's see, CRML. We did CRML. That was on the other list. FSM. I know that's a mining company. This thing just been on a steady march. A little pullback, consolidation, another nice move up, pullback, nice move up, very positive reaction off of earnings. Good volume, decent liquidity, or I should say good liquidity, decent volume. Big float, 304 million, 304.5 million in that float. Not too shabby of a move for this miner here. Pretty good over the last 5 years, 74% give or take. Not bad, not bad. BNAI. Bear with me a moment. So yeah, BNAI. This thing was pretty nutty back here. Certainly come down. Crazy move. Way faded at this point. I mean, it's wild. It's up $2 today. Anemic for the volume. The liquidity's okay. I mean, it's 1 million shares, so you can get in and out if you want. But anemic on the volume compared to what we had looking back. This is volatile, right? When you see these bottoming and topping shadows starting to happen, you know those are, for me, danger signs. Again, there are folks that they trade volatility very well. I'm not one of them, though. Let's see, USAR, rare earth. So I'm guessing this is some more mining. Not exactly a long history, 11 months going back, but here we are, up 200+% in the 11 months since it came online here. Massive move, faded, couldn't get back all the way up, fading again at this point. Very liquid stock, approaching 8.1 million shares on it. And it's, hovering basically half of what it's normally doing. We could see a lot of volume that was back here that's impacting the relative volume right now, those numbers. Not too shabby. Kind of interesting. That $20 line looks to be pretty important, right? Can't get through it, trying to get up to it, can't get through it. And then finally explodes and right back under, can't get over, gets over, fades right back below. So $20 looms very big for that particular stock, USAR. Let's see, AMN. What do we got going on here? So very beat up over the last 5 years, down almost 72% over the last 5 years. Again, volume and liquidity for these stocks have been pretty good that we've been looking at so far for the most part. Up $1.24, not too shabby. Did a lot of that in the first 10 minutes. Bit of a pullback. Had some trouble at 21, sitting back under that at this point. It's got itself a few day run here. Obviously, a nice positive reaction to earnings. Healthcare services, temporary help services. Not sure what that means, but there it is nonetheless. And last but not least, to round out this top 10 on this side, TNDM. I remember this stock went absolutely bonkers years ago. Let's pull this up on a weekly chart. Weekly chart doesn't even do it justice. Let's go with the monthly chart. Even the monthly chart ain't doing it justice. No, okay, yeah, that's right. So yeah, this stock, I remember this because it was alerting so much in my early days here of attempting to trade. And it went on this crazy run for months and months and months, and since gave back most of it. So sometimes memory serves well for these things. Anyways, the here and now, having itself quite a day, up 14.57% on the total day. It's 10.2 from the open and 3.55 here as far as the dollars up. Plenty of liquidity, approaching 3 million, good volume, 5.7 on it. We can see, the volume's kind of held mostly steady during the day. A little tick up here. You're always going to find heavier volume at the open and at the close. Just, outside of there being news or some kind of event that goes on for the stock, you don't almost ever see more volume in the middle than you do at the open for the most part. So clearly a positive reaction to earnings that went on here from the post market on the 19th. Bang, bang. So not too bad. So Thursday was the 19th, 20th on Friday. We're at the 23rd here. So it's really got itself cruising along. It's up into that gap I just noticed. Clear out the rest of those drawings. But if we look back here, right, we got this gap going on right there. So we're trading up into that gap right now. Let's see what happens from there. Never know, never know. And only time will tell. So again, folks, don't be shy. If anybody's got questions, I got about 20 minutes before Barry comes back. Please get those questions in for me. So again, don't be shy, folks. Get those questions in. Get those questions in. Let's see, what else? What else can we talk about today? Grasping at straws here. We've toured around the market. We've recently done a top-down look at ETFs on the sectors. I don't know that that's really warranted at this point. These inverse ETFs coming in here for the Dow and the S&P. So there's your SDow. Ultra Pro short on the Dow 30. That's going to be your S&P 500. So, I mean, these are bearish ETFs, ways to go long while shorting technically. So you can see, this isn't exactly looking too hot in the long term for the bears. But, a day like this where maybe the pullback continues a little bit, the selling continues, it's a way to be able to go long while the market is looking bad. The thing I don't care for is 3X. I don't really want to be involved in something like that personally. But, there it is anyways. I'm sure there's ways to do that, not 3X. See if anything else stands out to me here in these charts. I guess we can cover for a few minutes. Anything that I like for the long term, swing trading wise? Nope. Whoa, oil state international, fund oil and gas machine manufacturing. That's what I was trying to get out. Quite the move here the last couple of days. RWM, nope, that's Russell short inverse. Deep sea freight and transport. Got a nice move going on there with that. Wait, what happened to my picture-in-picture chart? There we go. Sorry, I like the picture-in-picture for a bigger view going back. EQX, Equinox Gold. There's a radio station where I grew up, WEQX. A good-looking chart, actually. Someone would ask, why would I say that? And I'd say, well, it's sitting up here at all-time highs. Nice move, pullback, a move, a consolidate, a move, a pullback, challenging those all-time highs from right there again. Positive reaction, earnings are behind it. And I don't think the precious metal folks are going anywhere for a while still. That is actually a very, very nice looking chart there. I'm gonna go ahead and like that chart. I may never trade it, but I want to keep an eye on it for the next several days. DXD. Nope. SBRA. Our healthcare REIT. Now I'm good. The inverse short of Tesla. Corporate bond for Charles Schwab. Intermediate U.S. Treasuries of Charles Schwab. Interesting. National Energy Service. More support activities for oil and gas. So, yeah, keep your eye on energy, man. It's made a good move recently. Let's see if it's got some more legs in it. We talked about Tandem already. AT&T. I don't even know what to say about this company. They pay a good dividend, at least they used to anyways. Not sure if they still do. Treasury, not interested, not interested. Interesting chart. It's gotten away a little bit, but nice overall trend, a little bit boxy through here. Beautiful move up to and through earnings. Sitting up here at all-time highs. Interesting. I'm not putting it on my liked list, but all the same, interesting. SH. Some more short the S&P. Treasury bull. A lot of treasury on here. Not sure how I feel about that. Your financial sector as an inverse ETF and bear. Vanguard, protected securities. I don't like some of the stuff I'm seeing right now. At least not from a bullish standpoint. More short. More corporate bonds. More treasuries. Ooh, this is interesting. Sprout Farms. Haven't heard that stock's name in a while. Yeah, no, terrible. SQs. It's a short trigger. NAS. Unilever. Actually interesting. Bit off all-time highs, not by a ton, but you got that 83.18 sitting just the other day from earnings, about that 75 pullback and a bounce from that earnings. Not too shabby of a look overall. Obviously, this is going to be a big inflection point for it, getting up and staying over that level because, you know, up to it, no, up to it, no, way down, up to it, not quite yet, or maybe not ever. We'll have to just wait and see. But someone that likes those larger float stocks, Unilever, definitely an interesting look. Let's see. Move on to VCSH. More corporate bond, short term. People out there looking for them yields. Hydroelectric power, UVRG. Imagine the utilities have to be looking kind of good today, no? The Utes. What is a Ute? XL. Actually, no. The Utes ain't looking so hot today. Traded it way up, and then they kind of faded, right? So big move from the Utes, and then back down and faded. But sitting up here near all-time highs, just made an all-time high, I guess. No, probably that's the all-time high right there, that topping shadow. So moving along, bit of a fade, bit of a pop. Interesting. A lot of defensive stuff right now. I'm seeing a lot of defensive stuff. MNST. I don't exactly think of Monster Energy drink when I think defensive, but here we are nonetheless. All-time highs. Earnings are on deck. Good liquidity. Volume's hanging normal. And just a beautiful trend here. Absolutely beautiful trend going on that stock. Beautiful trend. Freaking cannot believe the float on this. I mean, do they have other stuff besides this beverage? They must. I can't imagine this is everything. 700 million in that float. I find it hard to believe that it's a 700 million float company based on one drink. But what do I know? I can comfortably and honestly say I've never had a Monster. VCIT, more corporate bonds. TLTs, your 20-year U.S. Treasury. So a lot of flight to safety going on today right now. More funds, bonds, treasury, safety with MBB. More. Wow. The European Coca-Cola partners. All-time high for that. Interesting. LQD, more corporate bonds. This is interesting. Procter and Gamble. So we got like a lot of defensive. This is like all defensive stocks, and then there's Monster essentially. Procter and Gamble making a nice move here. Not a question. AMT, PG, yeah, Procter and Gamble. AMT, more safety with real estate. I'm guessing it pays a dividend. This thing's kind of jumping all over. Stocks are moving around. SanDisk. So this is not any kind of flight to safety. This is just a straight up tech company that's looking like an absolute juggernaut and bull. Imagine anybody that was short it back here. I mean, decimated. This is where shorting is dangerous. For those that don't realize why shorting can be so dangerous, your loss potential with a short is infinite, right? You're here at $2, right? Or $200. It's up here near $700 now. Imagine having that happen to you, right? If you're long and the stock goes to zero, that's it. Your loss is capped at going to zero. There is no cap on loss with a short, right? Until you get liquidated by your broker if you're trading on margin, of course. So that's goes to a joke that someone once told me. What do you call an aggressive short seller? Bankrupt. That's what you call them. Not to say that there isn't a lot of money that can be made in shorts, because there certainly is a lot of money that can be made to the short side. But you got to be the utmost disciplined trader when you're short selling, because like I said, your losses, there's no cap to what your loss can be if you just keep holding on. That's the way that works. So, all right, that's all the stocks in that list, although probably some stocks have filtered on and off since we started that. But yeah, that's that. I guess for funsies, wrap up the last few minutes here. ATXI, that's something I've been looking at. Traded it once, had an all right trade on it. Continue to watch it. It's semiconductor related. I mean, it's getting beat up today, but you know, this thing has been a monster since last year. It's really been a monster since last year. DOCN, another one that's just been a tech juggernaut over the last year or so. Again, getting shellacked today. We'll see what happens with it. Got earnings coming up tomorrow in the pre-market. VSAT, another one here. It's been steady chugging along. What's some other ones interesting to highlight here? AAOI on the winners board today. Traded this a ton over the last year and a half or so. Had some winners. I've had some losers on it. Again, really bucking the trend today. It's got earnings in a couple of days here. I mean, it's even right now with the market, you know, having nearly just touched the low of the session a moment ago, still up a buck 69. I mean, absolute juggernaut. Absolute juggernaut. This stock has been, not without its volatility though. Let's not kid ourselves, right? You know, you get this kind of steady trend up with these larger days down, and then I mean, you know, just a woodshed sell-off and a big pop, give most of it right back up, and a big pop and give some of it back up, and then grinding it out higher through here, really volatile, up and down and choppy. But well, that's where the buy and hold, if you've got the right system you've created for yourself and you're in the right stocks, that's, you know, that's where the big moves really come from for the portfolios. So I don't know, some highlights of things that I'm looking at here. I've got some miners on there too. What do we got for miners there? Let's see. We got CDE as a miner. Not too bad looking there. AG is a miner here. Making some more new all-time highs. Very positive reaction to earnings for that as well. I think that's it on the miners that I got there. Yeah. Oh, no, HL's a miner. Not as nice looking as the other ones here. Positive reaction to earnings, but not nearly what we just saw with AG for that positive reaction to earnings. Oh, SIMO, honorable mention. Haven't traded it, but keeping an eye on this one here. It's a semiconductor related, and again, you know, up 73 cents when the rest of the market's down. My problem with this one, why I haven't traded it, is that liquidity number right there. And it's kind of living like that the last couple of weeks here. So really, really, really hard to trade something that it's going to have a very large spread with that kind of limited liquidity with it. But I mean, it's hard not to want to at least look and follow. Good setup presents itself. Let's see, anything else? That's all I really got. I put this IREN on here. I was scrolling through Twitter one day, and I don't know, some politician bought a ton of this. I don't know if they bought options on it or they just bought the stock. So it was a few weeks ago. So I've been watching it ever since. Always good to track what politicians are doing. Greatest inside traders of all time. Interesting here. Trying to make this a support area. It's got earnings behind it. Really kind of a mute reaction to earnings overall. I'd say anyways. More data processing, hosting, so on and so forth. So some kind of AI relatedness, I'm sure. Anything else here worth mentioning? I don't know. You know, the market trying to put in a bounce right now on a 60-minute chart. You know, a green candle closed for the day, trying to put one in here. So I was mentioning before, we just off session lows momentarily, or moments ago, or minutes ago, whatever it was. So we'll see. I'd say this 680 on the SPY is a big deal, right, Barry?
Well, I was wondering about the snow shovel futures in the area. How are they doing?
Oh, they're spiking.
Spiking? Okay.
Yeah, absolutely parabolic.
You know what? There probably is a ridiculous ETF somewhere. Or if there isn't, we should create one.
I believe, what is it, like Polymarket or something like that, or
Is that what it is?
Karkashi or whatever that thing is called. I think you just literally bet on anything there. I mean,
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, I see what you mean. Yes.
yeah, there's all these weird betting markets and stuff now. I mean, it's the same thing as, you know, in theory, when we buy a stock, you know, we're betting on it to go up.
Yeah.
So I just, I've seen some wild stuff come through where I had to do double takes on Twitter. Like, that can't be real. It's real.
And then it is. Then it's real.
I think that we have, there's something like there's a higher % chance of aliens coming than like a major earthquake in the middle of the United States or something like that. That's it. That, like the bet is leading on that. Like the most ridiculous stuff.
Well, okay. Speaking of aliens, what's going on?
You know, philosophical
You know what I'm talking
question.
about?
No, I
You know what I'm
don't.
talking? Oh, you don't know what I'm talking about?
No,
Well,
remember, Barry, you're talking to someone who
yeah,
does everything
okay.
they can to avoid the news.
Well,
I
do
don't want
some
to be
reading.
depressed. I don't want
Do
to be
some
depressed.
reading. I mean,
I'd
I
rather
don't
not.
understand. Okay, I'm well. You know where I live, so I don't get that sort of stuff. But anyway, okay, my friend, I'll get out of here, or I'll let you get out of here.
All right.
Thanks so much for spelling me. Now, Steve, I think said he's going to do tomorrow, right?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so you're only on the one time this week.
You got me today, and that's all barring, you know, they get sick or Andy or Steve
Barring a
gets sick,
miracle,
something like that.
we get 2 days of Chris. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, my friend. Well, excuse me just a minute. I just swallowed something badly. Okay, we'll see you next week then.
All right. Sounds good. Thanks, everybody. Take care. We'll see you on the next one.
heard you come in, I think. Wonder if I can hear you.
Your mic wasn't added to the stage for some reason. I just added it. They should be good now. I'm not sure what
Oh,
happened.
okay.
Got clicked.
Okay, thanks. I don't know why it wasn't, but okay, thanks a lot.
Yep, you got it.
Okay. Okay, guys, so those of you in YouTube, you should be able to hear me now. Thank you, Chris. So you guys should be able to hear me now, right, in YouTube? Chris said, for some reason, my mic was not added to the stage. Okay, thank you, Dave. Trade Ideas Convention, what does that mean? You mean, are we gonna have one? Probably not. No, probably not. Okay, thanks, guys. Sorry about that. Somehow, when Chris left, my mic got disabled, even though the icon was showing live. And so, anyway, good to go now. So NCI, again, NCI, I would be really keeping an eye on this. If it continues to hold over the VWAP and get some volume, maybe takes out that high of or the close of yesterday. No, not the close of yesterday. The high of well, yesterday being Friday. It might have a late day spurt. I did my video on, well, it's actually starting to run up a bit, but Hecla is interesting. I mean, it's almost gone flat now. It is recovered somewhat, but Hecla, which is basically a precious metal play, precious and base metals, but precious metals, and look at silver and gold. But Hecla was certainly running counter. I mean, it's negative still, but when it was doing this, it was quite negative, running counter to the silver and gold ETFs. Meanwhile, Harmony, HRMY, just made another new low. Well, a little pop here, but another new low a couple of minutes ago, HRMY. I don't understand when you say, by the way, so sorry about silver, but gold does look better. And why are you saying so sorry? So sorry about silver. Oh, that, okay. ATLN, 353. Let me see. I haven't seen this one all day. Yeah, but coming into maybe some resistance. Yeah. CC, Shamur. Again, guys, now the market is starting to, rally a little bit here. I mean, it's only down 6 points, rally a little bit. Let's see how close it gets to the VWAP. And these are stocks that have been, they're basically been strong all day. Strong all day. $20.32 is the next high looking left. That is, so this was an earnings play on Friday. Obviously did not do well. Okay, HBM, Hudson Bay Metals or Mining, Minerals. Again, looking left to see too much resistance, potential resistance. Now, is SGN over $1 now, Matt Ham? I guess all I'll have to do is type it in and see. Not quite, okay. Well, I mean, it's had a tremendous run, percentage-wise from about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 days ago. A 17-cent stock, now at 76. So a tremendous run percentage-wise. William, I don't know. Look at NVO. It just has been so stuck around the 39 level. or 40 level, but maybe now. I mean, it is starting to drift down. I wonder if now is the time it's going to. What was it? Its low today was 39.61. Okay, put a price alert right there at the low of the day and see if it takes that out. All right, the okay, from our YouTube room, LD talking about DKS Sporting. Let's see, let's take a look at. Wow, that's an expensive stock. I had no idea it was that expensive. Well, today it's right at the VWAP. Sorry, I always mix. No, I shouldn't mix them up. It's so obvious. But anyway, the SMA 200 SMA is sitting right on it now. It did get above it. It's pulled back into it, but 200-day moving average is 209.61. So it's a little bit above that 200-day moving average. All right, guys, we ride. Volume coming into we ride, WRD, we ride. But again, looking left, I just see too many areas it could stall. I'm not looking at the daily chart. You see something a lot cleaner that it could move to before it hit any one of those little highs. So, for instance, if the next high was 831 up here, instead of all these down here, I might get a little more interested. The one just over the whole number, Cure. Wow, what a run. Nice. Excuse me, just give me a moment. How did you find us, LD, in our YouTube room? How did you actually find us? You say this is your first time. There's another room, okay? If you're looking for a lot more interaction amongst traders, you might want to come into the other room. You can stay in YouTube if you want. The other room, it's free also. There's just more traders in there. Also, that other room is open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. So if you're looking for want some interaction with other traders in the pre-market, you can come into the other room. I'll just show you. It's up to you. You don't have to. But if you click on my homepage link, I just my homepage link there, and if you click on it and scroll down, and you're going to see something called the trading room. Okay. But how did you find us on YouTube? Out of curiosity, I'm amazed how many of our subscribers don't even know the rooms exist. It popped up in your side panel. Okay, well, Barry with a Y, you can make that suggestion on Wednesday when you dance in the YouTube search his YouTube stream between 12 and 1 on Wednesday. ACVA, another one, some volume coming in on the way down. Now, you know what? On a monthly chart anyway, this has got about $1. So what about on a weekly chart? It's got a little bit of room. Even on a weekly chart, the next low looks like around 526. So just underneath $1. Might be interesting. A lot of shorts available, 4 million plus. available for me at Interactive Brokers. Little breakdown out of a little bit of consolidation. Hmm. Let's see now. It's trading 2 times normal up to this time of day. I'm wondering if that is enough to have it make any sort of a significant move downwards. Oh, it is an earnings play. Okay. Actually, it is not an earnings play. They're releasing after hours. Okay. So they are releasing after hours, ACVA. So it's not an earnings play, but maybe people are fleeing it ahead of earnings. Yeah, that's all I can think of. They're fleeing this ahead of earnings tomorrow. I'm sorry, after hours today. We're February 23rd, right? Yes. Okay, yeah, post market. So they're going to release earnings after hours today. Guys, we're getting to that critical area on the SPY here. That's a 2 minute. I don't know why I've got a 2 minute. Let me go to my 5 minute. Yeah, so you can see what's happening. You've got into the VWAP. Will that stall it? That purple line on my chart, will that stall it? So far, there's a little orange bar there, which is, I like these colors, but sort of reddish. And I'm using a bar charts instead of candlestick charts. The same kind of. It's giving me the information in more. I like it more visually than the candlestick charts. That's all. Well, let's see what happens here. Will the top of the wave act as a bit of resistance to move or support? Depends on what I'm trying to trade, Don. I mean, if I've got the SPY, so it's not so much. I just use the SPY as my overall gauge of what's happening in the market. Okay, so for instance, if down here we had some, if I were getting some potential bounce alerts, as the market was doing this, I would never take them. Okay, yeah, maybe they would bounce a bit, but probably not that much. Okay, so that's my gauge, overall. But if all of a sudden this turned and I still had a list of stocks that were potentially bouncing, it looks a lot better, doesn't it? Okay, so that's my gauge. And these sort of stocks don't really care that much about what the overall market's doing. So it depends what you're trading. The question is, do I ever use positive versus negative pulse window for timing on entries or exits? It just I do want to see what the overall market's doing before I take a trade. Though again, these sort of stocks don't care. I mean, these little stocks, they basically trade on their own. Most of them anyway. But certainly, well, here's the Legion now, guys. Okay, the Legion looks like it wants to. Okay, the Legion looks like this is a nice base. Okay, so the Legion looks like a nice base here, guys. LEGN, LEGN. It's starting to pop a little bit off that base, and it has room to the VWAP. Not saying it's going to get there, of course, but that is a lot of room. It's over $1 to the VWAP, and it's still a strong stock. It's blue. It's finally transitioned a little more firmly to in that blue. But Don, understand, the fact that you asked that question and I didn't necessarily answer it with, I think what you're talking about, like a compare count window that, this is not, I'm not using this so much as a pulse, okay? But you could have large cap stocks in here, and finding out what stock, like what is the ratio of large cap movers versus large cap movers to the upside versus movers to the downside. That's what we call. I think that might be. Well, if you're looking at the cues, why not? I mean, I don't know. Why not just, why not just have the cues? I mean, the cues and the SPY are looking pretty much alike, aren't they? Look at that. SPY got into the VWAP. Like, I'm not saying don't use some kind of a compare count window, but I like to simplify it. Okay, just looking at one chart, just sort of say, okay, here's the sentiment right now in the SPY. Here's the sentiment right now in the Qs. So pretty strong, turn blue. But, of course, it's up to you. There is, William, yes. Give me a moment. Okay, just give me one moment, okay? Okay, William, sorry about that. So, yeah, so here is a list of them. Let me just give me a moment. Okay, so on this page right here, this is one list. Oh, you see it now. Okay. You're talking about this, right? That's one of them. Okay, but there is another one. Which one do you have? Oh, okay. Is this the one you've got, or do you have them both? Because there is another page with the data points. Well, let me give you okay, I don't know what you got exactly, so let me. Yeah, you have to scroll. I mean, there's not that many. There's not that many, I suppose, but just kind of scroll down, I guess. And on this page, I mean, there's not that many on this page. The other one has more. And this is what it looks like. I guess you cannot search in here, right? This is what this is the other one. No, unfortunately, yeah, it's been not often asked. We do not have pre-market volume. Post-market, yes. Pre-market, no. So the volume you see, of course, is both the pre-market and the 930 on volume. All right. Okay. Well, come on. Get that spread catching up in the LEGN. A little bit of a move. So, Don, I mean, in theory, what you could do is you could create what we call a compare count window, put the Qs in there, and just look at the Q stocks, and you'll see the ones that are moving up versus the ones moving down. In theory, not unlike this. Okay, this is not the Qs. Okay, this is just, but this basically just competing scans. One scan moving to the upside versus the other scan moving to the downside with very similar filters in both. So in theory, you could, if you could have the Qs and just run them off against each other, the ones moving up versus the ones moving down. I don't know if that'll help you, but oh boy, it's a game of chicken for me right now, guys, with the LEGN. I think that I'm just waiting on that bid to catch up to the ask here. Hopefully, not the other way around. The ask catching up to the bid. I'm surprised the spread is so bad. It's trading enough, and it's a big float. So I'm surprised the spread is so bad with the LEGN. So look at the SPY now, guys. You see how so far the rejection at the VWAP area. So far, hmm. So for instance, just to keep going on your question, Don, I'm pretty sure we have the Qs as a symbol list, but let's see. We must have the cues. No? Yeah, the S&P 500. There's the NAS 100. What would you be looking for? We just don't call it the cues in here. Oh, that's right. I can't. Sorry, I'm just talking to myself, but maybe you've gone. Okay. Well, maybe you've gone. Okay. So, just out of curiosity, I'm going to duplicate this one. Then I'm going to go in, configure, symbol lists, add existing list. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do the S&P 500. Okay, there that. Okay. So now only the following on that one. Okay. Okay, let's see how that looks. Oh, I see. You're looking for actual, well, probably not. It's just going to give you market sentiment. So probably not what you're looking for. I mean, it's probably not the way what you're looking for, Don. All right, guys. 147. Come on, catch up. See, I'm waiting on this. I mean, I'm in this one, but I need that bid to catch up to the ask. You know, 34.47. I know I could get out of it. I would get out at a better price than 34 using IB, but sort of a midpoint. But I want that bid to catch up to the ask a little bit. Well, there's been a bit of a change in the overall sectors, though. There are a lot more that are basically, I mean, now we're at 42% are green. Now, it doesn't mean they're all popping, of course, but, barely green, XLE and OIH, still 57% down. Retail, actually, retail's had a rally. You can see right there, retail's had a rally. Oh, well, I know because the last time I looked, it was down 3.6%. So retail's had a nice rally. Okay, nice rally. Whereas not a rally in financials yet. I mean, a little bit of a one there, but retail had a really nice rally. So probably a lot of retail stocks are doing something like this. Let's look at Macy's as an example. Yeah, there's Macy's. So again, guys, if you just want to follow a specific sector, pick a sector, maybe one that's been maybe beaten up on the day, or one that's very positive for the day, and just follow those stocks that make up the sector. All right, finally, we're getting a little better movement now. 44.51 in the Legion. Okay, just using this as a watch list all day long. Even though this was a suggestion to short, and which would have worked out very nicely, but it was always positive for the day. Okay, it's always positive for the day. So, and look how few alerts there are, which is quite nice actually. Oh, William, you were full of them today. Look at NCI, guys. I mean, it is it is really basing here. Look at this, basing and inching its way up over the VWAP. We get some volume coming in late. Not that far from that. Well, it's still got a ways to go to hit the high yesterday, but remember this was way up and then way down today. And we got as high as 827 and as low as well, that might have been where it started, but no, it got down to 344. I thought maybe that's where it started its run, but no. Look at that, got all the way down to 344. SPY is still doesn't look like it's going to take out that VWAP, guys. It looks like we're in for another downturn. Yeah, Bitcoin is really stuck in this area, isn't it? Excuse me, between about 64 and 70. Just using IBIT as my way of tracking Bitcoin. You can see like this area right here on the daily, sort of between 65 and 7-ish. Okay, guys. Well, I don't see too many more questions coming in, so I'll probably be taking off right around 2. So I don't have to go, but if I don't see very many questions, what'll happen is I'll leave. You might still see me, the mouse pointer moving around, might be doing something, but my screen will still be displayed until 3:45. Okay. Ah. All right. Escaped out of the Legion, guys. I was got a little greedy. I was hoping it would get into the 50s, a bit of at least 1950, but it didn't do it. So I'm out of it. Made a little bit, nothing great. Beautiful run on the look at the wave here for XLP on the 2-minute chart, straight up. But okay, guys. Well, here's our answer right now. Anyway, VWAP rejected the SPY. Right into it. Tried about 3 times. That's about 15 minutes worth of trying to get through. Could not do it. Market is starting to sell off a little again. So all those bounce plays that look pretty decent, maybe from about 12:35 to 1:25, about an hour, probably starting to succumb. That's why this race is, again, it's interesting because these are stocks still near the high of the day. Look at Conagra right here. These are all stocks near the high of the day. So not following, their overall market, even though they are large cap stocks. Okay, hands up. Who in this room still smokes? Either room, and why? There is the Altria group cigarettes. Okay, so yeah, I'm live every day. So LD in our YouTube room asking the question. So the main room, I think, let me again just show you that there is another room. Okay, so if you're, whoops, wrong. Just give me a moment. I mean, you can stay in YouTube if you want, but again, if you're looking for a little more interaction amongst traders, you can come into the main room. I just put my homepage link in. The reason being is that this room, this trading room, is actually open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Okay, now I don't open it. Obi in the room. I live in Vancouver, Canada, so a little early for me to do that. So Obi in this trading room, he opens it up at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. I don't get on the mic for both rooms until about 9 o'clock Eastern time, and then I go until, well, around now. I'll always say later if there are questions. Right now it's 2 o'clock. Sometime between 2 and 2:30, I usually take off. But this room, the trading room, is open, still open after I leave. Today it'll be open till about 3:45. So that is every day. Well, every day, Monday to Friday. Okay. It all depends on, I don't know what time zone you're in, but if you're looking for some pre-market action, you should come into the trading room. It's free. Other thing is that there's no time delay, and YouTube puts about an 8 second, 7 to 8 second time delay. How about I give you a snow plow or a snow shovel, will be. I think that'd be better. Yeah. So I mean, if you're interested in following what's happening in the pre-market, then you can come into this trading room. It'll be open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Okay. Oh, I did not get the hint. No, you're right. I did not get the hint. All right. Well, let me jot that down. Let's see. It won't be on my tomorrow's pad, but the paper I'll use for Wednesday. Okay. All right. Can't forget it now, Obi. So that's the problem. See, I'm talking to somebody in the other room, LD. Okay, that's the issue. I'm talking to somebody in the other room, in the main room, as I call it. You know what? It doesn't look like NCI is going to do it. Okay, it is now starting to fade a bit more, curling down. It's right at the VWAP. Doesn't look like it's going to do it. I thought maybe you could hold this area, get some volume coming in, and pop it. But the way it's trading, right now, it looks like it wants to basically kind of sell off now. First day with Trade Ideas. You were in the main room, Jabberwocky. Great name. You are in the main room. Okay, as W. Harrison is saying, you are in the main room. When you say what is the main room? What we're talking about is the trading room, trading and support room, okay? Went to your link, my link, it didn't take me to the room. Really? My link. So what link is that? You're talking about, I have a homepage link. And then trading room, it should, yeah, this is it. That you have to sign in and all that, but that should have worked. So what link didn't work exactly? On the Trade Ideas homepage or from my homepage? Because I know we have the trading room. There was a link on the Trade Ideas homepage also. No. You mean my homepage link? You're talking about my homepage link? No, my homepage link just has a lot of information on it. Okay, how to take out a subscription. Um, scroll down the trade of the week. Here are my scans here, the education section. Okay, but also the trading room. It's just my homepage has got a lot of more information than just how to get into the trading room. Okay, so if you're looking for my scans, here they are. Information I'm currently sharing, which are these two races right here. It's what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actors up and the pre-market actors down. Pulse resumes over here. movers to the upside versus the movers to the downside looks like something like this. This is kind of old school ticker. These are in red, new low of the day, green, new high of the day. These are two competing scans with very similar filters in each, just showing with those similar filters, what stocks are moving higher, what stocks are moving lower with those similar filters. So if you look at DBX right now, so I am sharing that one. That's called the movers to the upside. So if I look at DBX right now, you can see how it's obviously making a new low. You see what's happening with it on volume, though. Also, just to give you an idea, you're new, so you don't think you have to remember this, but these are two competing scans. So the green data is stocks making new highs. Red data, stocks making new lows. When I click on the configure, is what it's looking for. So stocks between 50 cents and $30. Minimum volume is 300,000 shares, but the volume in the last minute has to be at least 300% of normal. So that's why you usually get a big volume spike. You see how that volume bar has to be up at least 2% from yesterday's close. Okay. And this does work in the pre-market, but if a stock makes a new high right now, market at 9:30 on, makes a new high and satisfies all these filters, we get a real-time alert versus the red data. And if you can kind of remember, now we flip it. So we flip new high to new low. And what we also can flip has to be down at least 2% from yesterday's close, as opposed to being up 2%. Everything else is essentially the same. I know I upped this from 50 cents to $2, but virtually everything is the same. Okay, so it's like taking two competing scans and running them off against each other. I mean, you could take these and just have an alert window, two alert windows side by side. You'd get the same data, but this is just a different way of presenting it in a called old school ticker, reading the tape. Boy, this SGN, wonder if it'll take out $1 tomorrow. So we just had a little alert for the step. I hit a price alert that I put on. Can't remember why I put that price alert. It was a while ago, but probably the high of the day. No, it won't be the high of the day. There's the high of the day. So I'm not sure. I can't remember now why I put that price alert. So again, Jabberwocky, this is an example of an alert window. Okay. So now it's a halts or zooms. It's a bad example because I call this more of an information window. But so this is an example of an alert window, okay, in which so in this particular case, if a stock is between $2 and $50, the average daily volume over the last 10 days is 500,000 a share. Current volume is 8. That's a very powerful filter we've got. Means it's got to be trading at least 8 times normal up to the time of day when you get the alert. Okay, 8 times normal. So you don't get too many stocks doing that, but that's what I'm trying to do. Look how many. That's it for that alert today, or that scan today. Volume has to be at least 300,000 shares. Volume in the last 5 minutes, 250% of normal, etc. This is how if you want to construct your own type of scan, we have all sorts of these icons here are the filter icons. So we have all sorts of different filter icons, and hopefully, you can find a way. What I've done is I've taken these are the filters I want to see, and then either a new high or new low of the day. So if all these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high, I get a real-time alert, or a new low, I get a real-time alert. So anything in green means it made a new high at the time of the alert. Anything in this pink made a new low at the time of the alert, with all these filter values satisfied. So, there's a way in which, depending on your trading as expertise, experience, you could probably find a way to you can either take my scans, of course, or you could find a way to take a look at the different filters that we've got. Now, by the way, before I keep going, you say you're new today. So when you click on my homepage link and you click on the education section, the more info right there. Okay, this is kind of this is mandatory you do this, okay? Getting started with trade ideas. There are 12 short videos to get you started. Covers most of the key elements of the program. Okay, yeah, come on back, LD, and who is talking in our YouTube room. Same thing for you, okay? There's another new person in our YouTube room. So, click on my homepage link and click on the education section, and please not please, you must do this first. Mandatory, okay? Like any other program, a software program, there's a bit of a learning curve. We try to make, while getting started with trade ideas. Nobody's going to be an expert after they look at these 12 videos, but you'll at least have an idea about what we're all about. Okay. Well, this is kind of the main. I mean, Holly is an adjunct. I mean, it's part of the program, the premium service. But I mean, the program is very powerful without Holly. Also, okay, I'm not. And what we did was, instead of when the company started over 20 years ago, what they did was, instead of forcing people to learn a programming language, what they did was they said, okay, let's try to create enough different real-time alerts. So these are all the real-time alerts right at the very top, the two most popular ones, the new high and the new low of the day. And please, and not just yourself and don't get overwhelmed by all of these new real-time alerts. Yeah, I don't have to learn them all, okay? The only reason there are so many is that, there are all sorts of different trading styles out there. So the company, had to try to create a lot of these different real-time alerts so that if you had any trading experience, you might scroll down, I know what that means. And you can, incorporate it as part of your scan. And then these filters, when you see these filters, or these icons, these are the filters that we've got. Some obvious ones, the price. So you want a price range you like to trade, volume today. There's all sorts of different filters we've got. Again, person doesn't have to get hung up on all of these, trying to figure out, well, what do they all mean? You don't have to. Okay, I only have used since 2010, as when I became a subscriber of Trade Ideas. I have a very, very simple trading style. My only alerts I use, real-time alerts, are new high and new low of the day, and just a handful of those filters. I haven't even looked at most of these, but that doesn't mean. But there are people out there that say, that's exactly what I want. So I'm going to incorporate it in as part of my layout. So, whoa, guys, I was wrong. Look at NCI. I thought maybe that would have been it, but where is NCI? See what NCI is doing now. It looked like it was. I mean, I guess what we can say is it held the VWAP. It did hold the VWAP. Boom! It held the VWAP. It looked like it was going to crash right through it, but look at this. And look at the volume that came in. So this could be on this late day run. Remember, it's a pretty low float. It's not crazy low, but it's low. China stock, so I wouldn't hold this overnight. But it has been super active. There you go. There you go. And look, here's how to use the price alerts window, okay? If I want to create a price alert, I want to create a price alert. I wonder if it just got halted. Yeah, it just got halted. So let's say I wanted to create a price alert at the high of today, okay, which is 821. A little bit above here. I'm going to create a price alert at 792. So you right click on the price alert window, or click on the this, and if you've eyeballed it well enough, then you can just leave it at the 792, but obviously you can type in a number. I typically don't put any notes in and then save it. So you can see at the very bottom, there it is, but of the price alerts window. But let me do one that is going to be a little more active to show you, because this is halted right now. It'll be active, but so the way I use it is I minimize the window, okay? You don't have to have it taking up any screen space. We minimize the window. Why? Because what I'm trying to do is just trigger it. I'm just putting price alerts on this ATLN. I want to trigger it, show you what happens. Wouldn't you know it, it's just not wanting to trade right now. Okay, find something else. Okay, how about this gold play? I'm just bracketing it, okay? I just want to trigger the price alert. There you go. See how okay, so it hit 216. I had the price alert at 216. So you see what happens. Your price alert window will pop up on your screen. You cannot miss it. And as long as, and you'll see it immediately as long as you store it in the trigger time column, which is going to show you the last one. So you cannot miss it. So that's why I always minimize it, because I have screen space, but I don't want to stare at this. I want to be notified when it happens and have it pop up on my screen. So this NCI, boy, I mean, the NCI, I mean, it could take out the high of the day. I mean, it's not that far away. 818 could take out the high of the day. Let's see where it could open. And see how it triggered again. Now this time on the downside, ATLN. And you just have to click on the symbol and it'll load in the chart. So if you're in this one, it looks like it could open. Well, it's hard to know. So this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas, okay? This blue window that I'm showing you here. It's time and sales from Interactive Brokers, showing me the symbol, and that's the halt price, 775 in red. And this column trying to tell you where it could open. Well, right now, there's no big clue. Sometimes you'll see, maybe make up some numbers. The stock is halted at 775, and you see in this column a potential open that's 810, 820. Or it could be lower, of course, it could be lower. So typically, now this one was halted at one point for 20 minutes. Usually they are 5-minute halts. So if it's a 5-minute halt, this will open at 219 plus 17 seconds. So a little over a minute from now, if it's going to be a 5-minute halt. And why does the stock get halted? In simple definition, stock went up too fast in a short period of time. No, too fast. Went up too fast. So a certain price percent and in a certain time period. That's a very simple definition. There is more to it, but for simplicity's sake, that's not a bad definition. Okay. And this stock has been halted 11 times today. That's what that count means. 11 times it's been halted. And not just on the upside, downside also. When it was doing this, it was being halted on the downside. So I'll hang around to see if it opens. If it doesn't open in 5 minutes, I'm probably going to take off. So, and watch it. I mean, if it takes out that high of the day, that could just keep going. The next high on a monthly chart is $9. Okay, it just took it out. It just took it out, guys. It's going to get halted again. It's going to get halted again. It's going to get halted again. How can you tell? Because there's no way the bid ask is going to be a penny on a stock that is moving that fast. No way. So there, just got halted again. Wow. So I was wrong. I thought when this was happening, I thought, okay, I guess it's over. Going to sell off like it did early in the day. Yeah, you see how these, these are just price alerts I put just to demonstrate how you can get your price alert screen popping up on your screen. Okay. All right, guys. Well, as always, thanks for all the help all day long. For those of you in YouTube, I will put my homepage link in. For those of you still in YouTube, you can head over because I do have to shut YouTube down for. I can't keep it open. I do have to shut it down when I leave. But you can click if you click on my homepage link, scroll down a little bit, and you can join the other room. It is free. The trading room. It is free. It'll be open till 3:45. I'm gone, but the room will still be open till traders interacting amongst themselves, and you'll still see my my screen display. Okay. So having said all that, let me get my announcement in. You may see me hanging around in terms of my pointer moving around on the monitor, but so if you do see that and there's a question that I will hop back in. I'll hop back in and answer the question. Okay, left for the day. It will be up until 3:45 p.m. Eastern time. I have left for the day. Okay. So I'm going to mute myself in the main room, and now I do have to shut down. Yeah, hope to see you tomorrow, LD. So I'm going to shut down the YouTube room now.